Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Vortex are facing off on orange to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Catalyst owns the head-to-head record with a 63% win rate. It's clear he's trying to maintain that historical dominance today. I wonder if he can close the gap after dropping their last encounter. Catalyst is pulling ahead with a narrow 2-1 lead. Vortex had a flicker of hope there, but Catalyst is quickly shutting things back down. He's looking much more composed than he did in that 13-5 loss. Catalyst is really running away with this 4-1 lead. He looks sharp, especially since he's coming off that tough loss earlier. Vortex answers back with a perfect shot, showing some real grit here. These two are practically identical on the ladder. It's a razor-thin margin in the ratings, but that's exactly why this set is so unpredictable. Now we just have to see if Catalyst can actually sustain this lead. Catalyst is just dominating right now, sitting comfortably at 6-2. The higher seed is making a strong statement right now. The momentum has completely shifted and Catalyst is just cruising along now. He's making a strong case for his number 3 ranking right now. He is just completely outclassing his opponent right now, taking another one without breaking a sweat. Vortex just can't find a way to replicate that 13-5 result. Vortex finds a quick answer to keep things interesting heading into the break. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Catalyst takes a massive 9-3 lead into the break, while everything is going according to plan for the top seed here. He's just too fast for Vortex right now. Time for the switch. Catalyst is simply relentless, moving to a 10-3 lead. The ratings were almost identical going into this, but it's been one-sided. Vortex just gave up another one. Catalyst hits 10-4. Vortex is proving he can compete with the elite today. Vortex is finally making a stand here, putting together a couple of quick rounds to slow the pace down. Vortex had a moment there, but Catalyst just put another stop to that little rally. Just a few points of difference separate them on the ladder. Both players took a huge amount of damage, but he managed to come out on top to bring the score to 12-5. The pre-match odds definitely didn't predict a blowout like this. Vortex claws one back, refusing to let the match end without a fight. The pre-match favorites are finally seeing a spark of life here. Vortex keeps the pressure on, holding his ground to push this game further. The slight favorite is finally putting on a clinic. Unbelievable. He closes it out right here to secure the victory. He really makes a statement here, proving that his historical edge over Vortex is still very much intact. Welcome to the Dunes map. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off today to see who takes the win. Phantom is easily the superior player on the ladder, yet he is staring down a very difficult start. And this is practically a repeat of their most recent clash where he was completely shut down. I wonder if he can reverse that trend today. Phantom's firmly in the driver's seat with a 2-1 lead. The top seed is starting to look like the better player. He's just completely unstoppable right now. Walking away from this exchange without taking a single hit. The pressure is really mounting now as he keeps this streak alive. Vortex is really feeling the weight of those recent losses today. Unbelievable. He claws back from the brink to survive by a thread and hold the momentum. He's definitely found a way to stay in this fight. Phantom holds a lifetime win rate of 63% across thousands of matches, so he's essentially playing to his career average right now. It's interesting because he's usually the one dominating the all-time head-to-head. The key is whether he can maintain this pace. He secures the kill from the box and is now on a roll. Vortex is having a rough run after his recent loss to Catalyst. He's just completely in control now, pushing his lead to 8-2. The current world #1 is playing at a completely different level today. He's simply untouchable right now, putting another round on the board before we head into the break. Phantom takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. Well, this is a complete reversal of the pre-match expectations. He has completely shifted the energy of this match and looks poised to close it out quickly. Vortex needs a total reset here. Phantom is looking frighteningly fast right now, ending those fights in a heartbeat. The current world #1 is really cementing his authority here. A sheer display of speed here, and Phantom puts himself just one round away from the victory. He's really showing the class difference today. What a way to end it. Phantom closes the series with a flawless final shot. He's completely erased that memory of their last meeting today. Just an absolute steamroll of a performance to start the day. Welcome to the arena. We've got a great match today as Catalyst takes on Phantom to see who comes out on top. Catalyst looks sharp right out of the gate, catching Phantom before he could even set up on that ramp. Phantom has been the more consistent winner in their long history together. So it's interesting to see that trend reversed in these opening moments. It'll be a tough mountain to climb if the top seed can't find a way to disrupt Catalyst's momentum. Unreal. That was a desperate scramble for survival, but he manages to secure the sweep. A tough start for the #1 seed right now. A quick response here, finally getting around on the board. A fierce exchange from the ramp, but he claims the win to keep his comeback alive. The favorite is finally starting to exert some pressure here. Simply untouchable right now as he keeps this rally going to narrow the gap. This is exactly the kind of performance expected from him. A tough fight here, but he manages to come out on top to widen the gap. A big shift from their last meeting where the top seed took it easily. Catalyst is currently holding a very strong 69% win rate on this map. Well, it's a massive shift from the top-rated player's typical control. Now we have to see if Phantom can adjust his positioning to regain that early lead. He refuses to back down and manages to claw another one back. He's certainly not looking out of place as the favored player. Catalyst keeps the lead, firmly holding a free round cushion. He is certainly looking the part of the second-ranked player right now. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead coming into the break. I mean, everything is going exactly as we expected. It's been a balanced start, though. That 4-round burst really helped build the current gap. New side, new energy. Catalyst extends his grip on the lead, sitting comfortably at 8-5. Hard to imagine the absolute top-rated guy is this far behind. Perfect read from Phantom, taking this down without taking a single point of damage. That was a remarkably clean sequence to get back into it. Catalyst keeps a 3-round buffer at 9-6. A very different story than when they met on the red line recently. Catalyst is putting on a real display of height advantage, using that Tetris spot to shut things down. He's simply too fast right now, making it 3 straight for the leader. Phantom responds with a solid engagement to keep things competitive. He's proved he can handle the pressure in these high-stakes bouts before. Clean shots to close things out, and he's now just 1 step away from victory. This is becoming a real nightmare for the favorite. A sharp reaction there by Phantom, staying composed to keep this series going. He definitely looks like he can compete with the top flights. What a way to close it out. Catalyst secures the victory with a perfect final shot. He really made a statement today, proving that those previous losses in their rivalry were just noise. Welcome to the show, everyone. Catalyst and Vortex are stepping onto red line for a high-stakes clash today. Catalyst has historically dominated this pairing with a 63% head-to-head win rate. It's a massive gap that makes him the heavy favorite, despite Vortex being listed as the slight underdog today. We'll see if that historical edge holds. He's simply too fast right now, taking a clean third straight to open a huge gap. And here comes the response. Vortex is refusing to back down after that rough start. A nice way to shift the momentum back toward the favorite. Vortex isn't shaking, quickly picking him off the Tetris to close the gap. The underdog is really starting to push back now. Absolutely incredible. Vortex secures the level from the ramp and has completely flipped the script. He's playing exactly how we expected from the favorite side today. What a scramble. He barely manages to come out on top after both of them were nearly depleted. He's definitely playing like the higher ranked player today. Vortex is just untouchable right now, securing a clean win to bring this series all the way back to a deadlock. He's simply not slowing down, claiming the lead in what's becoming a gritty recovery. This is exactly how he needs to play as the slight favorite. He's simply relentless, strolling to a 3-round streak as Catalyst's momentum completely evaporates. Everything is aligning with the pre-match expectations for the higher seed. Catalyst shuts things down with a tidy finish to keep the game tight. Vortex is definitely feeling the pressure of those lost rounds earlier. We've got a 7-5 lead for Vortex heading into the switch. I mean, the underdog is truly putting on a show here. It's a huge surprise since Catalyst usually converts these matchups into wins. Time to see if Catalyst answers back. Catalyst takes the advantage from the Tetris, and now we've got a dead heat on our hands. Expectations were high for the number 4 seed today. Catalyst is on a roll, finding a great spot on the ramp to keep the pressure high. He's really starting to showcase that top 2 ladder ranking. A chaotic exchange where he barely holds on to claim another one. Vortex easily clears him off the ramp, proving he's not letting this lead slip away. That stop keeps this a dead heat. Just a total brawl on the ramp that round, but Catalyst manages to outduel him. That's definitely a look we've seen in their previous sets today. Vortex is showing immense resolve, catching a perfect shot to tie things up. That was a lightning fast exchange to get things back to a draw. Catalyst manages to put him down from the ramp and regains a narrow advantage here. He's showing exactly why he's ranked so high on our ladder. Vortex is showing some serious grit, securing a flawless round to put this series in a dead heat. Absolute deadlock moving into the final stretch. The two of them are just trading blows back and forth, and now Catalyst has reclaimed the lead. He's certainly treating his opponent to a repeat of their last encounter. What a fight. He survives a heavy exchange to bring this match right back to a level pegging. Tense times as we head into the final 2 rounds. Unbelievable. He claws through that chaos to survive with practically nothing, putting himself one step closer to victory. A perfect strike from the ramp forces this entire series into overtime. The higher seed is refusing to let this one slip. Catalyst secures another one from the ramp, putting himself in a very strong position to close this out. A strong showing today for the second ranked player. Unreal. He barely clings to life with 13 health left after that intense scramble from the Tetris. That really echoes the results from their earlier set on the orange map. He is absolutely dominating the server now, securing another victory to reach a massive 15-12 lead. He's just completely shattered his opponent's confidence right now. What a finish. He secures the final shot with a clean shot from the ramp to take the series. That was an absolute war of nerves to go deep into the extra rounds. Vortex fought so hard to keep it close, but it just couldn't close the door. He had to work for that one. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off to see who comes out on top. Vortex really needs to tighten up if he wants to keep pace with the top seed here. Expectations are being met so far for the world #1. Vortex just looks much more comfortable in this set than he did in their previous meeting. He's definitely shaking off that rough streak from his last few outings. Vortex is really finding his stride early on, successfully taking out Phantom from the ramp. He's absolutely dominating now, shutting down Phantom from the ramp for another victory. The one ranked player is really struggling to find an answer here. Vortex just secures another round for himself, winning the duel from the ramp. A completely different result than their last outing on the dunes. Phantom gets the better of him on the ramp to keep the pressure moving. This is the kind of resistance we expected from the league's elite. Puts an end to that streak by dropping the other man off the ramp. He is steadily closing that early gap. Emotion Mid Phantom has historically dominated this rivalry with a 61% win rate over their long history together. And honestly, it seems unlikely that he'll let his current lead slip given how usually consistent he is. He just needs to rediscover his composure to lock this down. Emotion Mid. Phantom quickly takes control of the server, cutting him down from the ramp. The favorites are really starting to flex their skill advantage. Phantom just wipes the slate clean, evening the score at 5-5 after an incredibly patient exchange. It's a dead heat now with both players looking identical on the scoreboard. He's just unstoppable right now, sweeping through the round with ease as he holds the momentum. He's proving exactly why the odds were so skewed in his favor today. Emotion mid-Phantom holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, this is tracking exactly how the history of this rivalry usually goes. Despite the pre-match hype for Vortex, the #1 seed is firmly in control. Emotion mid. Time to see how they handle the switch. Vortex is staying dangerous, managing to hold his ground while playing from the ramp. A huge mental boost for him after that rough patch recently. Vortex is really putting on a show right now, continuing his run while holding that ramp advantage. Absolute parity on the scoreboard as we enter the double digits. He manages to clear him off the ramp, showing a lot of grit to keep this recovery going. He stops that run right in its track. A patient exchange that ends in a complete shutout, and he's really starting to climb back into this game. He's truly asserting his authority in the second half. He's completely shifted the energy of this game, picking up another effortless round. Absolute lockdown from the top seed right now. Huge play as he clears the wine box, bringing that streak up to 4. He's completely stripped away any confidence the second player had. What a fight. He barely survived that exchange to push himself to the edge of victory. That was an incredibly tight finish for the leader. Vortex manages to fight back from the ramp, delaying the inevitable for just one more round. The underdog is fighting for survival here. He's staying sharp, securing another win to keep his hopes alive. He's clearly not going down without a fight. He's on fire. Another clean frame for Vortex, keeping himself in this fight with a 3rd straight victory. He's absolutely refusing to let this set end quietly. Unbelievable. He just keeps stacking these rounds, putting a huge amount of pressure on the leader. The script has completely flipped from how this series started. Unbelievable effort. He digs deep to secure the final kill and completes an incredible come from behind victory. He just barely held his nerve there at the end. Vortex really pushed him to the brink in this one. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we've got an exciting match on Orange today featuring Catalyst and Phantom. Let's see who takes the win. Phantom brings a massive amount of experience here with over 18,000 career matches played. So yeah, it's clear he feels a lot more comfortable in this specific environment than Catalyst does. We'll see if that depth allows him to build an early lead. Catalyst is really surging ahead with that 2-1 lead. He's looking dangerous after that recent 16-12 result against Vortex. He's just completely taken over this game with 3 straight wins. The #1 ranked player is looking a bit shaken. Unreal, he clings to life with a sliver of health to keep the surge going. This is exactly how their last meeting on Blame Map went. And there's the response. Phantom answers back with an effortless kill to close the gap. He's showing a bit more poise now after that shaky start. Another clinical touch from the veteran, and he's quickly carving his way back into this. Absolute perfection from the veteran to square things up at 4 apiece. Expectations are starting to align with the rankings now. He's simply not stopping. Moving into a 4-game tier to grab the lead. A very tough spot for the underdog to dig out of. That was a wild exchange. But he manages to survive the carnage to keep this streak alive. He is definitely playing the role of the favorite right now. A clean exchange here to get Catalyst back into the game. A tight battle between the top 2 in the world. We're all squared up at 6-6 going into the break. I mean, it's a dead heat so far. Catalyst is holding his own as the favorite, despite Phantom having that higher win rate on Orange. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst strikes first after the break to reclaim the edge. The head-to-head record between these two is almost a dead split. Catalyst has really stepped up his game recently, winning 4 of his last 5 head-to-head bouts. It's putting him in a great position to keep this momentum rolling. He's effectively neutralizing the gap in a match where the veteran usually holds the upper hand. Phantom stays aggressive and drops him right off the ramp to tie this up. Tense movements all around as this match completely resets. Catalyst pulls ahead by 1 to seize the lead. The second highest rated player in the world is refusing to cave. Catalyst is distancing himself further with a commanding 10-8 lead. He's definitely feeling the pressure of that second place spot. Goodness, both of them were swinging wildly in a total firefight, but he just barely scrapes through to extend his streak. Just an absolute dismantling here as he moves within striking distance of the series. The pre-match favorites are really feeling the heat right now. Phantom finds the opening to secure this point, staying alive through a heavy exchange. He's fighting a tough uphill battle at this stage. What a finish! He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He just couldn't find another answer after that run in the middle. Huge statement win to solidify his spot at the top. Welcome everyone, we're on Dunes today as Catalyst takes on Vortex in another exciting match. Catalyst has really owned this matchup historically, holding a huge win rate over Vortex, but that's not translating today as Vortex seems to have a much better grasp on the current map. It'll be interesting to see if that historical edge actually plays a role here. Absolutely crushing it. He just can't be stopped right now. He's just too fast right now, putting up a flawless start to the map. Rarely do we see a number 2 seed start like this. What a brawl! Vortex barely scrapes through that encounter to extend the lead. It's a complete reversal from their last encounter on the red line. A quick response here as Catalyst wins the clash between the boxes. It's a tough spot for the world number 4 right now. Vortex has been struggling lately with only a 20% win rate in his last 10 outings. Well, this poor recent form makes these 2 consecutive losses for him even more concerning. Catalyst is clearly starting to lean on his overall experience to close this gap. Vortex is just dominating, holding a massive 5-round lead. Hard to believe he's the 4th best rated player on the ladder. Unbelievable. He clings to life with just 3 health after that absolute war of attrition. Vortex is really turning the tables after those losses to Phantom. A complete shutdown here to keep the streak rolling before we hit intermission. A total landslide heading into the half. Vortex takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. This is way beyond any pre-match projection. The favorite is completely off his game and Vortex is punishing him for every mistake. Time for a clean slate. Vortex is staring down a huge 9-4 advantage here. He's looking to recapture the form he showed against Phantom earlier. Wow, a complete nail-biter that nearly went the other way. He really fought through the pressure to secure that one. Vortex is just moving through these rounds effortlessly now, leaving Catalyst with very few answers. Exactly the kind of performance he's been needing after those losses to Phantom. Catalyst is finally putting up a fight and using that high ground to get back into the game. What a scrap! Both players were fighting for their lives there, but he manages to edge it out. The momentum is shifting away from the current favorite. Good heavens, he barely survives that exchange, walking away with a sliver of health. He's showing some serious grit in these low health situations. Game over. Vortex puts on a clinic in the final exchange to secure the victory. Just a total shift in the rivalry. He really played his heart out, but he's simply outclassed in this one. Welcome to the stream. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off on Italy to see who takes the win. Phantom holds a substantial 61% win rate in their long history together. It's clearly an edge that usually pays off, but he's currently fighting off the rust after that last defeat to Catalyst. I want to see if he can reclaim that dominance early. Vortex is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. The number 1 seed is starting to flex his muscles. Phantom has totally flipped the script here, erasing that early lead in no time. He's looking a lot more comfortable than he did against Catalyst. He just can't be stopped right now, taking total control of this series. This is exactly the form we expect from the league leader. Vortex responds immediately to bring us back to a dead hit. He's looking incredibly sharp today after that dominant 13-6 result against Catalyst. Phantom is playing these angles perfectly, using that Tetris position to get the edge. The top seed on the ladder is showing why he's feared. Phantom is carrying a massive amount of confidence after their last encounter. And honestly, this flow feels very familiar. It's a pattern we've seen throughout their long history. And right now, Vortex is struggling to find an answer for it. Absolutely out of his way. That makes 4 straight and leaves him in a deep hole. He is playing a flawless set here for the world number 1. Vortex gets a quick look from the wine to put another one on the board. A solid response from the 4th ranked player in the league. Phantom heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. I mean, the community really expected Vortex to take this one, but the rank 1 player is playing way too strong for that to happen. He's leaning on that 65% map win rate here. Time for a fresh start. Phantom keeps his foot on the gas, leading 8-5. He's firmly established as the top dog on the ladder. Phantom is just taking over now, effortlessly shutting down everything. Vortex tries to throw at him. Vortex had some strong momentum coming into this, but it's evaporating. Another perfect round for the leader, who simply refuses to let his opponent get back into this. He's simply too fast, extending that lead to 11 while barely breaking a sweat. He's absolutely crushing this half, securing a 5th straight win from the Wine to put himself at match point. The pressure is just mounting for the challenger right now. Vortex manages to snap that run, keeping himself in the game for now. Still, that's a mountain to climb for a guy sitting 4th on the ladder. Vortex manages to pick him off the Tetris, keeping the dream alive for now. A strong shift in energy for the underdog. What a way to close it out. Phantom shuts the door and secures the victory. He was just on another level today, and a few of those rapid-fire kills really sealed the deal. Welcome everyone to the arena. Catalyst and Phantom are ready to face off for a huge victory today. Phantom currently holds the upper hand in their overall head-to-head history, and he seems to be leaning into that confidence early on. It will be interesting to see if the top seed can maintain this pressure throughout the map. Phantom is just dominating, cruising to a quick 2-0 lead. We're seeing that #1 rating on the ladder put to use. Catalyst gets the timing just right from that boost to get back into this. It is a tight battle between the league's top two. Phantom is just too quick right now, catching Catalyst completely off guard from the Tetris. The world #1 is proving why he holds that spot. A really strong way to take control from the boost, and now we've got a nail-biter on our hands. That's a familiar result after their last meeting on Orange. Incredible, he clings to life with just 6 HP to secure the equalizer and put us at 3-3. Just a massive shake-up for the world #1 right now. He's completely taken over the server, picking up another one to extend the lead. He's clearly feeling the effect of that earlier victory on Orange. Phantom uses that elevation to pull the score even. Both of these guys are really fighting for every single point today. Catalyst edges ahead now with a slim 1 point lead. That's another point for him since they're meeting on Orange. Deadlock at 5 apiece as we head into round 10. His slightly higher historical win rate is starting to translate today. Neither player can seem to hold on to a lead for long in this series. A strong performance considering the world #1 is usually the favorite. We're all square at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as we anticipated. Catalyst has looked steady throughout, proving why he's usually the pick in this rivalry. Let's see who blinks first. Phantom is starting to put some distance between them now, shutting down Catalyst on the ramp to take the lead. His recent 13-7 victory over Vortex showed he can close games out. Total deadlock at 7-all as we enter round 14. Coming into this one, we expected the top seed to keep control. Catalyst jumps ahead by 1 as we hit round 15. He's really capitalizing on that momentum from their previous set. Phantom just reads that setup perfectly, catching him right on the ramp to get things back to a tie. A very tight window for anyone to break away today. Catalyst is just reacting faster than everything right now, clearing out Phantom before he could even step off that ramp. Catalyst is really starting to pull away here, firmly gripping a 2-round cushion. The current world #2 is definitely showing his class here. Catalyst is clutching the lead, holding a thin 1-round edge. The world's best is refusing to let this slip away. And we are back to a stalemate at 10 each. A quick pair of rounds for him to keep things even. It's a total toss-up now, completely erasing the early lead. He's looking incredibly sharp with those reactions, putting the pressure right back onto Phantom. He's really playing the role of the underdog perfectly here. He takes control of the ramp to secure a huge advantage, bringing the score to 12-10. It's quite a turnaround for the player who started the match slower. What an ending! He just closes the door and takes the entire series. He really managed to put an end to that head-to-head struggle today. Phantom fought hard, but he just couldn't close it out. What a fight. Welcome to Redline. We have Catalyst and Vortex facing off to see who can claim victory today. A really strong start for Vortex, outplaying Catalyst and shutting him down from the ramp. Everything is going the wrong way for the favorite right now. Catalyst is looking completely lost. Catalyst really owns this specific environment with a 77% win rate. It's why he's generally such a dominant force in the head-to-head record. The a priori numbers are heavily in his favor, so it's a relief to see him finally answer back. Vortex is just cruising along with a 4-1 lead. He's looking sharp, especially since their previous meeting ended in a 13-6 result. Unreal, Vortex barely walks away from that scrap, managing to pick him off the ramp in a frantic exchange. A tough spot for a second-ranked player right now. He just completely outdueled his opponent, taking the round in less than a second. He finds his footing on the Tetris, securing another round and chipping away at that deficit. The pressure is shifting toward the designated favorite now. Vortex is really leaning into a confidence boost after that 13-6 victory in their last meeting. And he's clearly using that psychology to keep the upper hand here. The goal now is to see if he can actually maintain this momentum through the first half. He's showing a lot of grit here, putting together another win to tighten this gap before the mid-game break. Everything is suddenly wide open for this matchup. We head into the break all tied up at 6 apiece. I mean, things are playing out exactly as we thought they would. This is a dead heat, so it all comes down to who can keep their cool in the second half. Time to see who blinks first. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that encounter from the ramp to take a 7-6 lead. His overall career percentage sits right at the 50 mark. A brutal exchange that nearly went both ways, but he manages to claw back into a deadlock at 7-all. Vortex is certainly fighting against the grain after that early confidence. Vortex pulls ahead by a single round now. It's quite a shift from their typical 63% head-to-head dominance. He's really putting the pressure on now, racking up 3 in a row and taking a commanding grip on this match. Absolute carnage in that trade, but he survives by a hair to take a 3-round lead. A dominant day for the 4th-ranked player so far. What a scramble. He barely clings to life in that frantic battle to push his lead to 11-7. A high-stakes battle between the top 4 of the ladder. He completely takes control of this duel and puts the match on his line. The underdog narrative has completely vanished from this server. He manages to claw back around, delaying the inevitable for just a little longer. His confidence is definitely wavering after that initial surge. Incredible. Vortex clenches the final round in a desperate brawl to secure the victory. He really just refused to go down, surviving those hairy situations time and time again to seal this. Welcome everyone, we have Phantom and Vortex facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Phantom holds a huge historical advantage with a 61% win rate over Vortex. It makes that early lead from Vortex look even more impressive given the gap in their head-to-head history. Let's see if the underdog can keep this momentum going. Vortex is just too fast today, catching Phantom before he could even settle in on that ramp. He is definitely capitalizing on his current form against the top seed. Phantom shows a quick reaction to take the fight to Vortex while he was up on the box. The #1 seed is starting to fight back. Phantom is completely taking over now, just cutting right through Vortex while he was elevated on the box. Vortex stays in control with a narrow 3-2 lead. This is looking way closer than the ladder might suggest. Vortex is putting on a clinic right now, managing to keep his distance while playing off the wall. Vortex is absolutely on fire, seizing full control of the map with another straight win. The top seed is really feeling the pressure right now. He's simply untouchable right now, picking up another effortless kill to stretch the lead. Phantom manages to clear him off the ramp to get back into this. Still the top-rated player in the server, and he's showing it. Vortex has played an incredible series of games today, and seeing him carry this performance into a lead against the best player in the league is a massive statement. He's proving that he can completely dismantle the top seed when he's got the momentum. Vortex is just not giving any ground, keeping that high ground on the box to extend his lead. It's a complete reversal of their last encounter on Italy P. Vortex heading into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, he's really validating the hype as the favorite here. We'll see if Phantom can adjust his positioning to close this gap in the second half. Time to see if Phantom reacts. Vortex just didn't let that previous round shake him, shutting things down quickly from the ramp. He looks far more comfortable today than in their last meeting. Phantom manages to hold that ramp and keep the momentum swinging his way. Vortex has been playing at a very high level throughout the day. Vortex is comfortably cruising with a 9-6 edge. He's definitely trying to get back to the dominance he showed on Italy. P. Vortex is distancing himself further, now leading 10-6. He's definitely carrying a lot of confidence from that recent win over Catalyst. Vortex is just refusing to let up, pushing the lead to a 5-round difference. He's really putting his #4 seed status on display. What a shutdown. Vortex makes it an effortless 3 in a row and is now just 1 round away from the victory. Phantom manages to track him down and secure another win from below that ramp. He's keeping his composure and staying in the fight. He's keeping the dream alive, refusing to let the map end just yet. He's finding a way to push the pace just when it counts. What a finish. Vortex closes out the series with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He really just tore up the rulebook in this one. Getting the better of the world #1 isn't an easy feat. Welcome everyone, we've got a huge matchup today on Mapas as Catalyst takes on Phantom. Let's see who wins. Phantom enters this match with a huge 70% success rate on this map. It's a massive contrast to Catalyst, who usually struggles for ground here. We'll see if the league's top seed can really capitalize on that historical advantage. Phantom holds the edge, but Catalyst is still fighting. His experience at the top of the ladder is really showing. Phantom is really putting the pressure on here, starting to build some serious momentum. Our current #1 seed is looking truly sharp today. What a scramble. That was an absolute war of attrition, but Catalyst just barely hangs on to take the round. Unbelievable. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he barely edges it out to even the score. He's surviving on a razor's edge right now. Absolutely heart-stopping. He manages to pick Phantom off the ramp just before collapsing. Total shift in momentum from their previous meeting. He's just unstoppable right now, securing his 4th straight point to pull ahead. His recent loss to Vortex didn't seem to shake him at all. Phantom manages to trade back and answer the pressure, keeping the deficit to a single round. Both of these guys are essentially tied for the top spot on the ladder. We are completely locked in at 5 apiece. Tough way to start the set after that previous 13-10 victory. Catalyst is just too quick, catching him right from the ramp to take control again. It's a tight battle between the two best players on the ladder. We're headed into the break, tied 6-6, and honestly this is exactly what we expected from a clash of the top two. Both players look completely equal right now, regardless of who had the early momentum. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst just claims another round to pull ahead 7-6. It's a tough spot to be in, especially with the overall head-to-head being this close. Catalyst has gone 20-15 over the last day. It's clear he's using that confidence to dismantle the league's top seed. If he keeps this pace, we might see a surprising blowout unfold. He's just completely shifted the energy here, claiming his 3rd straight to push a 3-round lead. Insane. He almost collapsed there, but Phantom claws back a point in a complete shootout. The favoritism heading into this duel is starting to make sense now. Catalyst is just not letting up, shutting Phantom down right as he tried to play the ramp. He's really defying that lifelong head-to-head deficit right now. He refuses to crumble, securing another point to keep this challenge alive. That's exactly why he entered the server as the favorite. The gap is widening now, and Phantom is really starting to feel the pressure in this series. He's really asserting his dominance over the top-rated player today. Phantom just refuses to quit, shutting that down with an effortless finish to close the gap further. He really needs to find some consistency here. An incredibly clean finish there, putting the pressure right back on Phantom. He's clearly not intimidated by the ranking gap tonight. Unbelievable! He manages to survive the exchange and closes it out right here to take the victory. He really managed to overturn the odds today, completely ignoring everything they said about his struggles on this match. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Catalyst and Vortex facing off in a highly anticipated clash today. Catalyst enters this duel as the top-rated player in the league, but he struggled on this map with only a 39% win rate. It makes sense that he's feeling the pressure right now after losing their most recent head-to-head meeting. Let's see if he can flip the script today. Vortex has a strong lead with 2 rounds banked. That was a lightning fast trade for the lead. These first few exchanges are over before we can even blink, and Vortex is just too quick right now. The momentum has completely shifted, and Vortex is looking unstoppable right now. Catalyst secures another one from the box, showing some real grit to close the gap. Vortex just wasn't intimidated by that high ground and puts the pressure right back on. The top seed is really struggling to find an opening here. Vortex has a significant amount of experience here with over 900 matches played on this map. It really shows in how he's managing his spacing and timing compared to Catalyst. We are seeing a total reversal of their usual historical dynamic. Catalyst answers back with a clean win, refusing to let the gap grow any wider. Just a solid glimpse of that top spot on the ladder. Vortex just isn't letting him breathe, easily picking him off the box for another round. It's a frustrating start for the #1 seed here. We head into the break with Vortex comfortably leading 9-3. This is a complete shock given the gap in their ratings. Catalyst is fighting an uphill battle to save this series. Time to switch things up. Vortex holds a commanding 5-round cushion heading into 13. We've seen him dominate their long-term head-to-head matchups. Vortex is sitting pretty at 9-5. He's definitely not feeling those losses from earlier today right now. He's truly starting to roll now, putting together 3 straight wins. He's finally starting to lean on that historical head-to-head lead. He maintains a comfortable 4-round lead after that exchange. It's a stark contrast to their usual lifetime history. Vortex still holds a 3-round advantage at 10-7. Still a tough hill to climb despite his massive career edge. Vortex is just consistently finding the better angle right now, leaving Catalyst with almost no room to maneuver. Unreal. He somehow claws back around from the box, barely surviving with a sliver of health. Just a tiny sliver of health left there. Vortex puts himself just 1 round away from victory after a tense exchange. Vortex is proving why he had the edge going into this. He manages to scrape out another one, delaying the inevitable for just a bit longer. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in. He's not going down quietly, proving he can stay in this fight with another round. His recent form is finally starting to peek through. He's absolutely on fire right now, taking this one in a blink. Absolute total control from him right now. What a statement. He earns a perfect round to force a tie and push this deep into extra time. Unbelievable. He's just completely taken over the map with 5 in a row. The heavy favorite is finally showing his true class. Absolute chaos on the screen, and somehow he manages to survive the carnage with just a handful of health. His nerves are made of steel to pull that off. Vortex shuts him down instantly to stay alive in this game. A quick response after that narrow escape. It's getting tense now. Vortex is putting a lot of pressure on the top seed as we head deeper into this overtime. Neither one is giving an inch in this marathon. He manages to outlast his opponent in that prolonged firefight, putting himself just one step away from a massive victory. The top-rated seed is finally shaking off those early jitters. Incredible. Catalyst closes it out and completes a legendary climb to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one, especially after how rough the early game looked. Such a gritty performance, truly an epic comeback. Welcome everyone, we've got Phantom and Vortex facing off on Orange to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Phantom dominates the overall history between these two with a 61% win rate. It's clear that's not translating into results today, as he's already dropping rounds. He'll need to shake off this slump if he wants to get back in control. Vortex holds a slim lead at 2-1. We're seeing the second best player on the ladder start to wake up. Vortex is putting on a lot of pressure early on. He's really starting to pull away from the start. He's certainly capitalizing on that recent momentum from their last encounter. Vortex extends his narrow edge to a 3-2 lead. He's shaking off that tough stretch from earlier today. And just like that, Phantom levels things up at 3-3. He's simply on another level right now, putting together 3 straight wins to take the lead. He's really starting to bounce back after that tough loss to Vortex earlier today. That's a clean response from Vortex to bring this series back to a deadlock. It's a complete toss-up at this point. Vortex edges ahead again with a 5-4 advantage. The odds clearly didn't reflect the current momentum shifting in this series. He's taking over now, scoring his third straight point with a lightning fast snap. His hold on the higher seat isn't helping him here. Phantom takes the encounter with a patient exchange, cutting into that gap just before the switch. Still, trying to shake off those tough losses from earlier. Vortex heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. The favorite is comfortably in the lead as we expected. We'll see if Phantom can use that 62% map win rate to swing the momentum back in the second half. Time to switch it up. Phantom claws back to make it a tight 6-7. The second ranked guy in the league is finally finding his footing. Phantom earns the edge by playing it safe from the ramp to secure the lead. He's definitely playing like a man possessed after those 3 losses today. Vortex regains the upper hand, leading 8-7. His recent match against Phantom was equally convincing. Vortex is really cementing his dominance right now with that 16-20 record over the last day. It's clear that he's the one with the hot hand in this specific series. I wonder if Phantom can actually find a way to stop this slide. A frantic exchange ends in favor of the aggressor, and he is now staring down a 3-round run. It's a stark contrast to the usual result when these two clash. Phantom holds his ground from the Toxic to keep the pressure mounting. A crucial stop to keep the deficit manageable. Vortex is just too fast, simply picking Phantom off the ramp to keep the lead. A tough day for the second ranked player so far. A bloody exchange here, but he manages to dig deep and survive to pull within 2. He's definitely finding a way to keep this close. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he somehow scrapes through with a sliver of health to reach match point. That was an unbelievable scramble to keep himself alive. What a response. He refuses to go quietly, keeping the dream alive. Pressure is definitely mounting on the higher ranked seed right now. He's completely shut down that momentum, and this comeback is starting to look legitimate. He is proving why he was expected to win this series. Absolute perfection to force a tie. He's now completely shifted the momentum in his favor. Pure chaos. We've officially reached the dead heat. Unbelievable. He just completely shuts the door on that comeback effort with a blink and you miss it flick. Just a complete shutdown of the comeback attempt. Vortex manages to shut him down on the ramp, evening things up at 13-13. It's been a brutal run of games for the top seed today. Vortex is really finding his stride in the clutch, putting himself in a commanding position to wrap this up. The second highest rated guy is really feeling the heat. He is simply unstoppable right now, taking a 3rd straight round without even breaking a sweat. He's just completely taken over the pace of the game. He refuses to let this game slip away, digging in deep to stay alive. The odds have really been flipped on their head today. What a finish. Vortex secures the final blow to claim the series. He just refused to let that lead slide in overtime. A massive effort from both sides to push it this far. What a fight. Welcome to Redline! We've got a great match today featuring Catalyst and Phantom. Let's see who takes the win. Catalyst owns a massive 77% map win rate here. It's a surprising start considering how much comfort he usually has in this setting. He'll need to actually put those numbers into practice to shake off that first round. Phantom is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. Things are swinging back in favor of the top seed. Both of them were fighting for the high ground on the ramp, but Catalyst had the faster reaction. The number 1 seed is starting to assert himself here. Phantom is really leaning on his experience here, consistently putting the pressure on the top seed. A strong head-to-head record makes the third seed very dangerous. Phantom's just running away with it at 4-2. He's finally shaking off that recent 4-game skid. Catalyst finds a quick way back into this, taking Phantom right off the ramp. He's really fighting to prove he's the top dog today. Pure chaos now. Catalyst has leveled this at 4-all. A tough afternoon for the third seed so far. Phantom edges ahead, holding a tight 5-4 lead. This really looks like a mirrored version of their last series. Phantom is really starting to stack up the wins, and he looked incredibly sharp holding that ramp position. Having the lead feels good for a player who struggled in his recent matches. Phantom maintains a slim 1-round advantage at 6-5. He's really proving why he's the best player on the ladder right now. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead coming into the break. I mean, we're seeing a real shift here. The underdog is playing a different game today and looks primed to pull off a huge upset. Let's see who handles the switch. Phantom has an incredibly consistent record, over 900 head-to-head battles. But his slight historical lead isn't usually enough to keep him ahead of the top seed. He'll need to maintain this high intensity if he wants to close this out. just can't find a way to stop this onslaught, giving the lead to Phantom. The momentum is heavily shifted away from the top seed. Unreal, he manages to hold the high ground on the boxes and barely survives that engagement. A huge blow to his confidence after that losing stretch. The gap is just widening now, and Phantom looks like he's in total control of this series. A massive shift from the result we saw in their previous series. Absolutely effortless. He's now just a single round away from taking the map. He's making this look like a completely different match than the last time they met. Game over. Phantom secures the final kill from the boxes to seal the victory. Just an absolute dismantle. We've seen him struggle lately, but he looked like a completely different player on this map today. Welcome to the Berserk League. Catalyst and Vortex are ready to face off today on Italy. Catalyst just catches Vortex completely off guard while he's tucked up on those Tetris blocks. The top seed in the league looks ready to perform. Catalyst has won over 60% of their meetings historically, and honestly, seeing that dominance carry over to the current scoreline makes a lot of sense. Vortex is technically a top-tier competitor, but he's just not finding a way to answer the aggression right now. Absolute control from the top seed, putting the pressure on with a perfect start. Vortex manages to secure a response and get back on the board. Vortex is actually the one favorite to take this one. showing a lot of grit, putting together a solid run to close the gap. Catalyst still holds a commanding 3-round cushion here. The top-rated guy in the league isn't letting him build any real heat. He just out-dueled the favorite, staying completely unscathed to keep this fight alive. Catalyst has put up a solid 21-15 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying a lot of confidence into this series. He's currently the highest rated player in the league and is playing like it right now. Vortex just knocks him right off the Tetris blocks to keep the surge going. He's really starting to tighten the grip on this series. We've got a 7-5 lead for Catalyst going into the break. I mean, this is exactly the type of start we expected from the world number 1. He's keeping the edge despite Vortex fighting back. Let's see how the new side feels. He is refusing to go away, keeping the pressure high to pull this right back to a 1-round game. A quick set of exchanges that almost completely neutralize the deficit. Catalyst manages to stretch that lead back to 2. He's really fighting to maintain that top spot on the ladder. He's refusing to let this match slip, putting out a lightning-fast response to keep the climb alive. Catalyst keeps a 2-round buffer as we hit round 16. Catalyst pulls ahead to a 10-7 lead. He's looking sharp, mirroring that close win from earlier today. Vortex clears the air with a precise read, picking him off the wine. The early favorite is finally finding some rhythm in this series. That was an absolute blink and you miss it, and counter Catalyst just refuses to let his opponent breathe right now. Gritty exchange where both players took heavy damage, but Catalyst manages to edge it out. That close call nearly handed the round back over. Unbelievable, he just closes the door with a perfect final shot to seal the victory. He just completely shut everything down in those final moments to keep his streak alive today. Welcome to the match on Mapas. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off to see who takes the win today. Phantom is clearly comfortable here with a 70% win rate on this map. You know, that historical advantage usually translates into a strong start, and we are seeing exactly that from the early rounds. Vortex needs a big response while Phantom leads 2-1. A strong look from the number 4 seed here. That was incredibly fast. Phantom is putting some serious pressure on Vortex right now. Phantom holds a slim edge at 3-2 now. He's definitely showing that he can challenge the top 2 seeds today. Phantom is just too quick today, catching him right as he stepped out on the ramp. His number 2 ranking is definitely showing in these opening stages. Phantom has dominated the head-to-head history with 22-81 wins over his opponent. He's really using that psychological edge to push the lead. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can remember that he's the one who actually won their last meeting. He's just on fire right now, securing another win from the blue side. Vortex is definitely struggling to keep pace today. Absolute control from the blue side, extending the run to 5 straight. It's a completely different story than their previous encounter today. He's just an absolute war right now, stepping up once again to take total control. Phantom goes into the break with a huge 9-3 advantage. Honestly, this is a surprising turn of events given the expectations. He just completely steamrolled the favorite for the majority of this half. Time for Vortex to wake up. That was a chaotic scramble on the ramp, but Phantom came out on top of that exchange. It's hard to imagine this ending any other way today. Phantom reaches 10 and Vortex is just drowning here. He's proving that the high rating doesn't guarantee a clean sweep. Phantom is playing with such high energy, using that container high to secure another quick win. He looks completely locked in after that victory over Catalyst earlier. Vortex is fighting back and refusing to let the match slip away easily. He's showing some resilience despite the scoreline. Another effortless round for Phantom, putting him just one step away from the victory. Vortex is really feeling the weight of those rankings now. Tight trade of shots, but he managed to come out on top to stay in this. He really is trying to make a stand despite the gap. And that's it. He shuts the door on the competition to secure the victory. He really made the most of his home turf today. Just a total shutdown of the number 4 seed. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got a great matchup today between Catalyst and Phantom. Phantom holds a very narrow lead in their overall head-to-head history. He's playing with an enormous amount of confidence right now after his last encounter with the top seed. He'll be looking to push that gap even wider today. He's completely in control of this set, just effortlessly sweeping aside any challenge from his opponent. Simply unstoppable. He closes out another round to put a huge gap between them. He's mirroring the dominance from their last clash on red line. Catalyst finally gets on the board and puts an end to that run. The #1 seed is finally starting to wake up. Phantom makes quick work of that attempt, picking Catalyst right off the ramp. It's an interesting dynamic seeing the top-ranked players struggling here. Catalyst currently enjoys a higher win rate on this specific map, so yeah, it makes a lot of sense that he's starting to find some footing here. He's the highest rated player in the league, and he'll want to use that pedigree to flatten the scoreline. He's showing real grit here, shutting down that challenge from the Tetris for another round. A surprising shift in momentum for the underdog today. He's on fire right now, stacking up a third straight round to bring the game within one. The early advantage Phantom build is practically gone. Phantom answers back immediately with a clean finish to regain some ground. Phantom is really tightening the noose here, punishing Catalyst for that aggressive play up on the boost. He's really asserting himself today as the slight favorite. It's 7-5 in favor of Phantom heading into the break. Honestly, the underdog is holding his own against the world #1. Catalyst is keeping this close, but we're definitely seeing a potential upset brewing here. Fresh start for both players. That was effortless. He's refusing to back down as he keeps this rally going. He's certainly making his case for that top seed spot. Phantom just holds a 2-round cushion over Catalyst. He's definitely playing with a chip on his shoulder. He continues this charge, narrowing the distance to just 1 round. His overall head-to-head record with Phantom is almost a dead even split. Phantom still sitting pretty with a 2-round lead. It's a tight battle between the top 2 seeds today. Phantom holds a solid 3-round buffer at 10-7. He's really putting a stranglehold on this encounter. He's completely taking over again, walking away with a 3rd straight win to put himself in a commanding position. A timely response here as the favorite breaks that momentum. He's showing why he's ranked 1st on the ladder right now. Phantom secures another round from the Tetris, moving himself within striking distance of the win. The momentum is firmly on the side of the favorite now. A sharp response from the top seed, keeping the dream alive for just a bit longer. He's not letting the match slip away that easily. Completely untouched victory for the top seed. Continuing this impressive surge in the face of the... Unbelievable. He's just refusing to go away, keeping this rally alive when it matters most. We are seeing the table shake up as the favorite falters. What a finish. Phantom secures the win by picking Catalyst right off the ramp. He really climbed the mountain to close that out. Catalyst fought hard for every single round there. What a fight. Welcome to the show. We have Catalyst and Vortex facing off today on Fast Aim to see who comes out on top. Catalyst sets the pace early by taking control from the ramp. The favorite is looking sharp right out of the gate. Catalyst really owns the historic matchup between these two, having won over 63% of their previous meetings. That psychological edge seems to be paying off immediately given the slow start we're seeing from Vortex. It'll be interesting to see if that pressure sticks. Goodness, he almost let that one slip, but managed to close it out from the ramp. Vortex is really struggling to find a foothold against the number 2 seed. Vortex is refusing to let the lead slip away, putting on a huge answer while Catalyst was perched up on the ramp. It's rare to see these two this close in rating. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 4-2. His rank on the ladder definitely justifies the early confidence. Vortex claws back to 4-3, making this a fight. He's definitely playing like a top 5 seed today. Catalyst has been on a tear today, putting up a 21-15 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear that a lot of that energy is carrying over into this particular series. We'll see if Vortex can find a way to slow that momentum down. Vortex is on a roll now, managing to pull off another victory, while Catalyst was holding the high ground. It's a total deadlock heading into the final stretch. Catalyst keeps his cool and just wipes him right off the toolbox. Vortex is really fighting an uphill battle today. Catalyst holds a 7-5 advantage as we head into the break. Well, the higher seed is exactly where we expected him to be. Vortex is keeping it close, but the favorite is still in control of the map. Let's see who settles in first. Catalyst just keeps putting the pressure on, clearing out the ramp for another fast win. Vortex just can't seem to shake the ghost of their last match. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange, scraping by with a sliver of health to keep this series alive. It's an interesting shift for the man who entered this as the slight favorite. Catalyst is just far too fast today, catching Vortex off guard from that window position. Wow, he claws back the control by dropping his opponent off the window with almost nothing left in the tank. He keeps the momentum rolling, utilizing the ramp to shut things down once again. The current form really mirrors that recent 13-8 clash between them. He just doesn't stop, clearing out the window for another effortless point. It's a tough spot for the man who started this as the slight favorite. Vortex manages to hold his ground and stave off the immediate threat. He's definitely proving he belongs in the conversation tonight. He stays perfect, securing another clean finish to keep the dream alive. The momentum is shifting in favor of the man who entered this as the slight underdog. What a finish. Catalyst shuts him down on the ramp to close out the series. He really just stood his ground and outlasted those late pushes from Vortex to secure the win. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. Let's see if Phantom can keep their momentum going against Vortex in this duel. Phantom is coming in with an impressive 64% success rate on this particular map. And it's clear he's comfortably at home in these engagements. He can definitely look to use that familiarity to keep the pressure high on Vortex. He is just outclassing his opponent right now, cruising to a perfect 3-0 start. Vortex is struggling to keep up with the second best player on the ladder. A total shutdown. He's simply too fast for Vortex right now. A quick response from Vortex to put a stop to that onslaught. Not a bad look for the number 4 rated player. He's digging in deep, securing another round to keep his hopes alive. The early favorite is definitely feeling the pressure now. Phantom has a huge lead in their all-time head-to-head rivalry. Well, it's a dynamic we've seen play out multiple times today, and the confidence from those prior victories is really showing. I'm curious to see if Vortex can shake that mental burden off. Absolutely lethal reaction speed, securing 3 straight for the leader. Vortex secures the trade from the box to put a stop to that run. It's a tight gap between these two on the ladder. Phantom holds a solid 3-round lead over Vortex. The momentum is shifting against the favorite here. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, we expected Vortex to run away with this, but he's looking completely rattled. The underdog is in total control of the map right now. Vortex really needs a spark. Phantom still clinging to a 3-round advantage here. Vortex is fighting hard to reverse their trend from earlier today. He's refusing to go away, grabbing another round to narrow the deficit. He's just relentless, picking up another fast one to keep this charge going. The higher rated player is definitely in the danger zone now. Phantom finds the opening to drop him off the Tetris and reclaim the lead. Phantom is really leaning into that raw experience edge today. Phantom still holds a comfortable cushion at 10-7. That consistency mirrors their last encounter today. He just can't be stopped right now, putting together 3 straight for a commanding lead. The gap between the 2nd and 4th ranked players is glaring. Unbelievable, he nearly goes down but somehow survives with just 10 health to put himself on the edge of victory. What a nail-biter of a finish to keep this run alive. Boom, a final clean shot closes the door and Phantom takes the series. Another win for the number 2 seed, proving once again why he's such a nightmare to face in this rivalry. Welcome to Orange. Catalyst and Phantom are ready to face off to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Phantom brings a huge amount of experience to the table with over 18,000 matches played. It's interesting to see that historical depth facing off against someone as high rated as Catalyst. We'll have to see if that veteran edge helps him recover from this slow start. Catalyst is currently dominating a narrow 2-1 lead. Looking back, the top seed has the historic advantage on this particular layout. Catalyst is really building some steam here, looking a lot more comfortable as he pushes ahead. It's an interesting flip from their last head-to-head result. Catalyst holds a thin lead as we hit round 6. He's currently the #1 rated player in the world. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 4-2 cushion. Phantom's recent dominance over Vortex didn't translate to this server. Catalyst is really showing his strength with a 21-14 record over the last day. It's quite a contrast to the historical trend where Phantom has generally been the more successful player in their head-to-head matchups. It will be interesting to see if that recent surge is enough to keep the pressure on. Phantom answers back quickly to keep this series within reach. It's good to see the current world #1 finding some confidence. He refuses to back down, grabbing another as the gap closes to 2. The favorite is finally starting to make his presence felt. He's on fire right now, continuing a fierce run to close the gap before the break. The momentum has shifted completely as we approach the midway mark. Catalyst heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. The favorite is proving his worth early on. Now we just have to see if Phantom can use his better map win rate to claw back into this. Let's see how the swap feels. Catalyst extends his lead to 8-5 with a clean win. The top seed is putting up a real fight to secure the lead. That was completely effortless. He is showing a lot of heart by refusing to let this go. Phantom refuses to let this slip, proving he can still dig deep to claw back into this series. Unbelievable. He's fully erased the deficit, bringing us back to a dead heat. He's just not letting up, taking a 4th straight to finally climb into the lead. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he scrapes through with just a sliver of health to keep the streak alive. He's really leaning into his role as the pre-match favorite. Catalyst manages to hold his ground and get the better of the exchange. He's proving why he sits at the very top of the ladder. Phantom is showing immense grit, walking away from that duel without taking a single hit. He's almost there, moving within striking distance of a massive comeback victory. The experience really shows when the pressure mounts. What a finish! He closes it out in spectacular fashion to complete the comeback and take the series. He just leaned on that map knowledge and took over when it mattered most. Such a gritty way to secure the series. What a fight. Welcome to Italy. We've got Catalyst and Vortex stepping up for this match to see who comes out on top. Catalyst has the clear edge in their historical head-to-head, winning 63% of their lifetime meetings. Well, it looks like those numbers are weighing on Vortex given the rough run of games he's had lately. We'll see if he can snap the skid now. Vortex is starting to push back now, punishing Catalyst for playing so high up on the wine. Catalyst handles the pressure and picks him right off those Tetris blocks. Hard to shake that 13-8 result from earlier today. Catalyst holds a slim lead at 3-2. The two of them are incredibly close on the ratings ladder. Vortex has clawed back to even the series. Slightly higher rated, but the momentum has completely shifted. The speed of these encounters is just wild. These players are crossing paths and ending rounds in a flash. The number 2 seed is playing his role perfectly here. Catalyst has been an absolute powerhouse today, putting up a 21-15 record in his recent sets. That individual momentum seems to be translating directly into this series. He's really starting to tighten his grip on this one. Now we're deadlocked at 5 apiece. The gap in their ladder standings isn't showing much here. Catalyst is starting to pull away here. He really knows how to capitalize on these late game opportunities. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. You know, he's really showing why he's the higher seed here. Everything is unfolding just as the experts predicted before the start. Time to switch sides. Catalyst is really dominating, moving ahead to 8-5. Vortex is having a tough day at the office. Catalyst is just an absolute wall right now, shutting down every attempt Vortex makes to get back in this. The 4th seed is really feeling the pressure right now. He's really in control of this game, securing another win to push deep into the double digits. Vortex is really struggling to keep pace with the number 2 seed. He's simply on another level right now, picking up another victory to extend the run. Vortex manages to find his mark and clear the air with a quick shot. His individual rating puts him right there with the league's elite. He's completely back in the driver's seat after that exchange. His current form is a complete reversal of the pre-match expectations. Vortex manages to keep the dream alive, walking away from that fight almost completely unscathed. A strong showing, though he's still fighting an uphill battle here. He's refusing to go quietly, putting up another effortless shot to keep the contest alive. The underdog is finally starting to find an opening. And there it is. Catalyst secures a lightning fast finish to claim the victory. He just looked a step faster every single time they peaked. Catalyst really continues to own this rivalry. Welcome everyone to Mepas. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off to see who takes the win today. Phantom enters this as the heavy favorite with a 70% win rate on this map. Well, he's been remarkably consistent throughout his career, though we've seen him drop early rounds in the past. Let's see if he can close the gap quickly. Phantom is waking up now, quickly leveling things off after that first loss. He's looking to repeat that 13-7 result from their previous clash. Vortex just couldn't find the answer for that a couple of rounds in a row. The world #1 is showing why he holds that top spot. Another one, he just wipes Vortex right off their ramp to extend the lead. That's a tough spot for the 5th highest rated player to be in. The momentum shift is complete as he secures another effortless victory to put a tight grip on this match. The world #1 is simply refusing to let up here. He's completely taken over, moving to a 5-round streak with another pristine finish. Vortex has been fighting an uphill battle all day. A quick response here to get back on the board. He's finally breaking that long string of losses from his recent games. He is digging in deep now, refusing to let this match slip away as he secures another. The pressure is starting to mount for the heavy favorite. Phantom has a massive lifetime advantage with over 2,000 wins against this opponent, and honestly that psychological edge seems to be playing a role as he shuts down this potential comeback. We'll see if Vortex can find a way to break that spell. Phantom keeps control, extending his lead to 7-3. It's been a rough stretch for the #5 seed today. Vortex manages to hold the height advantage and clear him off that ramp for another win. He's certainly not acting like the underdog tonight. Phantom heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. The betting markets were leaning heavily toward Vortex today, but that's just not reflecting on the screen right now. He's completely ignoring the hype and putting on a show. Let's see how they shake off the rust. Phantom extends to 9-4 and is just cruising. Vortex is really feeling the weight of that recent slump. Phantom is just dominant, pushing the lead to 10-4. It's definitely not the result we expected based on his recent form. Vortex is starting to put up a fight now, refusing to let this go without a struggle. He's finally starting to shake off those recent losses. Phantom just locked down a quick victory from the ramp, keeping the pressure high. That's definitely a mirror image of how his recent matches have gone. These last few exchanges have been incredibly tight, with neither player able to string together more than one win in a row. Vortex is starting to narrow that gap, putting up a real fight here. Vortex is putting on a clinic against the league's best right now. Vortex manages to pick him off the blue, extending this current run to 3 straight. He's really starting to close in on the world #1. He's on fire. That's 4 in a row for the challenger as he claws back into this series. Absolutely lethal precision on those shots. Phantom shuts that down quickly and brings himself to the threshold of victory. A huge relief for the higher ranked player to finally reset that momentum. Vortex is showing some incredible grit, shutting him down on that ramp to keep the dream alive. Vortex is truly fighting for his life in this set. game over. He finds the final mark and secures the series with total ease. He really had to dig deep there, but his experience in these high-pressure closes just made a difference. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Catalyst and Phantom are ready to face off on fast aim to see who wins. Phantom really knows how to handle this map, reacting quickly to shut down Catalyst on the ramp. Phantom is entering this series with a huge advantage on this map, where he holds a 67% win rate. That level of comfort really explains why he's looking so settled in these opening rounds. It will be interesting to see if Catalyst can find an answer. Phantom's firmly in the lead with a free 1 cushion. Phantom is really putting the pressure on early, forcing Catalyst to play catch-up right from the start. Finds the mark from the wine box, showing some real grit to claw back into this. This is exactly what we want to see from the underdog here. He catches Phantom right off the ramp, keeping this rally alive. The pressure is mounting for the favorite to find a way back. Incredible grit to fight back from the ramp and level the score. The momentum has completely shifted toward the underdog. He just puts the pressure on, dropping the target right off the toolbox to take a 5-4 lead. The favorite is looking completely lost right now. He answers back immediately to bring the series level. The top seed is finally starting to show some teeth. Tighter duel from the ramp, but he manages to edge ahead just in time for the half. He's really stepping up his game just before the interval. We're all square at 6 apiece. This has been a real brawl, but Catalyst is holding his own as the top seed. He really swung things in his favor with a 4-round surge to close the gap. Let's see who blinks first now. A strong response from the challenger to take a narrow lead as the match progresses. The higher seed is starting to assert control here. He's purely outclassing the opposition right now, securing a second straight win to push ahead. He's certainly making a case against that favorite label. Absolutely untouched in that exchange, and he's now completely reversed the momentum of this match. The roles have completely swapped from what we expected today. He barely scrapes through that clash, but he's now carved out a significant lead. He's just playing a different game than his opponent right now. Phantom draws some blood here, finally interrupting that run. He is staying aggressive, showing some real heart to close the gap further. He's definitely shaking off those early nerves now. Unbelievable survival. He barely walks away from that brawl with a sliver of health left to keep this run going. He's finally starting to look like the favorite we expected today. He secures a great position on the toolbox to pull further away from the lead. He's really fighting back after that tough 13-10 loss earlier today. Absolutely effortless on that round, putting himself just one win away from the series. A tough spot for someone who started today with such a promising lead. Phantom refuses to go down easy, shutting the door on that exchange with a perfect shot. He is showing some serious resilience to keep this game breathing. He refuses to crack under the pressure, winning this duel on the ramp to stay in the hunt. He's completely neutralized that initial advantage now. Unbelievable! Catalyst closes it out and completes an incredible climb back to victory. He really had to dig deep to survive that one, but he's just managed to edge past the world #1. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we're on red line for a great match between Catalyst and Vortex. Let's see who takes the win. Catalyst enters this with a commanding 63% career win rate against his opponent. He's generally the dominant force in this matchup, so we have to see if Vortex can actually sustain this early lead. Vortex is playing the aggressor right now, using that ramp to keep Catalyst on his heels. A surprising start for a player currently sitting on a 6-game losing streak. Vortex is completely taking over, simply picking him off the ramp to make it 3 straight. It's definitely a different story than their last meeting today. He finds an opening and knocks him right off the ramp to get back into this. The favorite is finally seeing some pushback in this set. Vortex is putting on a clinic, leading 4-1. It's a bit of a shake-up given the number 5 rating. A fierce exchange on the ramp, but he manages to secure the win and keep the rally going. The pressure is shifting now toward the supposed favorite. Vortex manages to pick that Tetris block and shut him down quickly. He's really leaning on his rank 5 status right now. He finds a way to clear him off the Tetris, showing some real grit to stay in this. He's fighting back to keep this close. He's proving why he's the higher seeded player today. What a response. He's truly finding his second win to keep this race alive. That's a very clean way to get back into this. Vortex just couldn't let Catalyst hold that elevation, quickly shutting him down from the Tetris. Hey, strong effort here from the player who's historically struggled. Vortex is managing a strong push with an improved 13-22 record over the last day. It's impressive to see him outperforming his usual trend in this specific series. He's clearly playing with a lot of confidence right now. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely flipped the script here. This is a huge shift for a player with a sub 50% map win rate. Time to swap sides. Vortex is just not letting him get any breathing room, cleaning him right off that ramp for another single-sided result. Vortex is absolutely cruising with a 10-4 lead. A complete reversal of their most recent encounter. Catalyst is struggling to close the gap at 5-10. The number 2 seed is finally making his presence felt. Vortex is just too fast today, simply outpicking him from the ramp. He is definitely playing above his typical 50% all-time mark today. Vortex earns himself match point after an intense firefight to take down his opponent from the ramp. Total lockdown from the underdog right now. He puts up a strong fight here, securing a clean kill from the ramp. He needed to snap that streak right now to keep the dream alive. He wins a messy exchange from the ramp, keeping this series very much alive. The momentum has completely shifted in this second half. He's just too strong right now, shutting him down from the ramp to keep this heat going. He's really starting to tighten his grip on this game. Pure efficiency from the number 2 seed as he keeps the rolling momentum going. A complete turnaround as he keeps this charge going. What an absolute powerhouse performance. He's just refusing to go away, extending this run to 5 straight. He's finally finding a way to claw back into this. Unbelievable. He keeps stacking these wins and just completely shut down the momentum shift. That is a terrifying level of precision on display. Unbelievable. Catalyst takes control of the ramp to force a deadlock at 12 all. He's completely overturned the map in a... He's simply unstoppable right now, securing another win to push his streak to 8 straight. A complete sudden collapse for the other side. Vortex responds instantly with a perfect shot, keeping the score deadlocked in this overtime battle. Neither player is giving an inch today. He's simply refusing to let this go, cutting him down from the ramp to take the lead. He has officially regained the upper hand in this war of attrition. They are practically mirror images of each other now, with neither side able to sustain a lead for more than one round. High tension trade of rounds here as they keep trading blows. Vortex secures a huge victory from the ramp and now stands on the verge of closing this out. He's really squeezing the life out of this series. What a finish! He closes out the series with an untouchable performance to secure the win. That 8-round burst from his opponent almost stole the series, but he just wouldn't buckle under the pressure. What a fight! Welcome to the arena. Phantom and Vortex are ready to battle it out to see who takes the win. Phantom holds a commanding lead over Vortex with a 61% career head-to-head win rate. It's quite interesting to see the top-ranked player starting on the back foot despite his historical dominance. I wonder if the pressure is starting to weigh on him early on. Vortex is just flying high right now, using that height advantage to shut Phantom down again. A tough start for the world number one. Vortex clears him right off the ramp to keep this perfect start going. The top seed is really struggling to find an answer here. Absolutely stifling, he's just not letting the top seed get anywhere near the board. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that encounter to finally get on the board. He's clearly the superior player on paper, but needs to find his footing. That's another effortless round for the favorite, who is showing some real grit in this early deficit. He's fighting back against those early losses. Another flawless encounter, and he's just not letting the gap widen. He's starting to look like the powerhouse everyone expected today. What a scrap. Both players were shredded, but Vortex manages to barely limp away with the victory. He really had to dig deep to secure a victory in their last meeting. Vortex is really making his presence felt, easily picking Phantom off from the Tetris. Just a different story than when they met on Blame Mappas. What a fight. He almost goes down in the exchange, but manages to pull through for a narrow win. Phantom is keeping his composure and refusing to let the lead slip. Vortex has an all-time win rate of 50%, meaning he usually struggles to keep pace against the elite. Seeing him maintain this cushion while the favorite looks so lost is a massive shift from their typical dynamic. He's really controlling the flow of the server right now. We head into the break with Vortex leading 7-5. And honestly, this is exactly what we wanted to see from the frontrunner today. He's staying aggressive and keeping the pressure on the world number one. Time for a quick reset. He's found his footing and secures a clean kill from the boost to keep the rally alive. The gap in the ladder is starting to look much smaller. Absolutely clinical. He completely shuts down the momentum here to bring the score back to a dead heat. The underdog had control for a while, but that's evaporated now. He lays into the shot and takes the opponent right off the ramp to hold the lead. Just a totally different pace than the last few exchanges. He's just unstoppable right now, walking away with his 4th straight victory. The momentum is completely flipped in favor of the higher seed. What a scramble! Vortex barely hangs on to his lead after a wild fight from the ramp. He needed that one to keep things tight. That was an effortless shot, extending the gap to 2 while keeping the momentum shift going. He's really starting to look like the top seed now. Phantom pulls ahead by 1 and smells blood. Vortex is showing a lot of heart despite his recent poor form. Vortex is really capitalizing on the verticality right now, using that boost to keep the pressure high. That's a huge shift given the disparity in their rankings. He holds that high ground to secure the kill and keep this resurgence rolling. A precise response to shut that window completely. A quick response to keep this match in his grasp. Things are heating up as we approach the finish line, with neither player able to pull away for good. Vortex claims this battle, putting himself just a single round away from victory. His recent form is looking stronger than we expected. What an ending! Vortex closes out the match with that final kill to claim the victory. He really stepped up when it mattered most today, handing the top seed a brutal loss. Phantom just couldn't close the door. What a match. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Catalyst and Phantom facing off on Italy to see who takes the win. Phantom holds a strong 65% win rate on this specific layout. And honestly, that map knowledge seems to be the deciding factor early on. It'll be interesting to see if the heavy favorite can adapt his positioning to claw back into the game. He is absolutely on fire right now, taking a commanding 3-round lead. It's a sharp turnaround from their last meeting on fast aim. A messy exchange there, but Catalyst manages to come out on top to keep things interesting. Still seeing plenty of confidence from the underdog here. Phantom is just dominating with a massive 4-1 lead. A very tight head-to-head history between these two. Phantom is just running away with this 5-1 lead. Everything we expected from the top seed on the ladder. He's just too fast today, ending that burst in a heartbeat to extend his grip on the lead. A complete shutout as he just deletes Catalyst from the wine. The world #1 is really putting his foot on the gas. A quick reaction here to bring the score to 2-7. A tight duel between the top 2 seeds in the world. Catalyst is sitting at a strong 22-13 record over the last 24 hours. But that success hasn't translated into a lead here. He really needs to find a way to flip the script before this gets completely out of hand. We go into the break at 9-3. Right, the underdog is looking completely different than the betting line suggested. Catalyst has to make some major adjustments if he wants to stay in this. Let's see how they settle in. Phantom is just cruising now at 9-4. Even with that lead, his recent history against the #1 seed is promising. Phantom's just outclassing him with a 10-4 stranglehold. It feels like he's firmly in control of this clash. The trade-offs are getting intense. Catalyst is refusing to let this map slide away without a fight. The pace of these exchanges is incredible. Phantom is just too crisp with his reactions right now. He's fighting hard to stay in this, refusing to just let the series end. He's certainly fighting to keep his #2 ranking intact. He's putting on a real surge here and he's managed to chip away at that lead. The overall head-to-head record is virtually a dead heat. Another clean finish as he keeps this momentum surging forward. The world's best is suddenly looking very vulnerable. A gritty scramble of a round, but Phantom emerges victorious and is now just 1 away from the win. Unbelievable. Phantom seals it all with a flawless burst from the wine. He really proved why he's at the top of the rankings, simply out-dueling Catalyst in the clutch moments. Welcome everyone to Orange. We've got Catalyst and Vortex facing off to see who comes out on top today. Catalyst holds a huge historical lead in their head-to-head matches. It's a dominant record that makes him the favorite, but we have to remember that Vortex actually won their very last encounter. I wonder if that recent confidence will carry him through this series. He is absolutely untouchable right now, taking full control of the server. He's really putting that second rank to good use. Just a total blowout as he keeps the momentum surging. This is a complete reversal from his last meeting with Catalyst. Both of them traded heavy damage, but Catalyst managed to outlast him for a perfect start. It's a tough look for the guy who entered as the slight favorite. What a scramble. He barely scrapes through that exchange to get back on the board. He's fighting a massive historical deficit in this rivalry. Catalyst has a 65% win rate across thousands of games. It's clear he's usually the one to beat, but the current score shows he's actually struggling to keep the lead. He'll need to stop the downward slide quickly. What a surge! Vortex has completely shifted the energy here with a flawless round. The momentum has completely swung in his favor. He's completely taken over this set, taking control with another effortless win. The underdog seems to have fully found his footing here. And he's back in control, claiming this round to build his lead to 6. The 4th ranked player is feeling a bit of pressure now. He's staying strong, keeping this rally alive as we head into the break. That was an incredibly fast exchange to cap off the half. It's 7-5 in favor of Catalyst. Things are playing out pretty much as predicted. We saw a couple of big swings in momentum, but the top seed is holding a narrow lead for now. Let's see if Vortex can claw back. A gritty scramble there, but he shows real grit to secure the win. He's showing a lot of composure, keeping it tight. Catalyst pushes the gap to 8-6 with that one. His recent losses seem to be behind him now. He's refusing to go away quietly, shutting that down completely to trim the lead to 1. He's really making this a nail-biter. Catalyst earns a breathing room. Moving ahead, 9-7. The number 2 seed is firmly back in the driver's seat. Catalyst really makes a statement with that hole from the ramp extending his lead. He's really putting that top 2 standing to the test now. He is completely taking over the server, barely breaking a sweat in that exchange. A quick reversal of fortunes from their last series together. Unreal pressure from the top seed, securing yet another round to put him just 1 away from victory. Game over. He closes out the map with a crushing final blow to secure the victory. He really asserted his dominance when it mattered most. That huge run right at the end just sealed the deal. welcome to the stream. Phantom and Vortex are ready to battle it out on Mappas to see who takes the win. Phantom enters this match with a huge historical lead, having won over 60% of their head-to-head encounters, but Vortex is currently on a roll against him. It'll be interesting to see if the top seed can actually shut that down. Phantom's firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. His rank at the top of the ladder is starting to show. He just cannot be stopped right now, extending his run to 3 straight. He's looking every bit like the league leader right now. Simply unbelievable. He's just taking over this set with another flawless sequence. His current form is a far cry from the struggles he had earlier today. Simply oppressive, he's now sitting on 5 straight wins. The top seed is purely dismantling the opposition right now. He's simply refusing to let go, securing another 6-round streak. The gap between the two top 5 players is glaring. What a scramble. He nearly gets taken down there, but manages to scrape through to a 7th straight win. The world #1 is putting on a clinic. He just wipes him off the ramp, continuing this terrifying run of 8 straight. Finally, Vortex responds with a clean win to hold the momentum. A nice reminder that the 4th ranked player can still bite back. Phantom typically boasts a strong 70% win rate on this particular map, but we're seeing a very different story in the current momentum. It's clearly a struggle for the top seed to regain control now that Vortex has found his footing. Whether he can stabilize before the half is the real question. We head into the break with Phantom leading 9-3. Well, this is a total reversal of the pre-match projections. He's simply outclassed the favorite so far and is looking for a quick finish. Vortex needs a complete reset here. Phantom hits 10 and looks completely untouchable right now. It's just a total flip from what the oddsmakers expected. These rounds are getting shorter and shorter. Just a blur of activity right now. His current performance is a complete reversal of the pre-match expectations. Vortex is showing some real grit by refusing to just fold under that pressure. He's definitely feeling the confidence after that recent 13-11 victory. Vortex is mounting a real challenge here, refusing to let Phantom slide into an easy victory. The confidence is surging for the #4 seed right now. He manages to knock him off the container, bringing this surging streak to 3. It's a similar story to their last encounter on Blame Map. A sudden stop to that momentum as Phantom secures a clean finish to reach match point. A sharp recovery to get back in the driver's seat. And there it is, a total shutdown to close out the match in style. Vortex certainly made a name for himself earlier in the day, but he just couldn't find any answers for that level of skill. welcome to the show. Catalyst and Phantom are facing off on red line to see who takes the win. Phantom clearly enjoys a slight edge in the head-to-head record, which we're already starting to see today. It makes sense given he's currently sitting at the top of our ratings. Catalyst definitely has the better history on this map, but he'll need to find a way to shut down that momentum quickly. The two of them just bumped right into each other on the ramp, and Catalyst comes out on top here. The top-rated guy in the league needs to find an answer here. A real toss-up so far, and both players just fought for a spot on that ramp. That's a huge result for a player who usually enters as the underdog. Catalyst keeps a slim lead, moving ahead 3-2. A really clean-looking sequence for the number 2 seed. Catalyst is just putting on a clinic right now, taking a really aggressive line on that ramp to keep the pressure high. Phantom is quickly tightening the grip on this one, managing to secure the kill while Catalyst was perched on the ramp. Catalyst is really riding a high with a 22-14 record today. It's proving to be the perfect fuel to keep him aggressive against the league leader. Now, it's just a matter of whether he can maintain this pace into the second half. Catalyst barely holds the lead, clinging to a 5-4 edge. He's proving why he's the top seed in the league. Phantom manages to hold that ramp position again and has completely neutralized the early lead. He's looking sharp after that dominant 13-6 result against Vortex earlier. Catalyst was way too fast for him there, punishing Phantom's position on the ramp almost instantly. Things are heating up as we approach the half. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly how we thought it would. His high map win rate is giving him a solid foundation to lean on as we switch sides. Time for the flip. Unbelievable. Both players are fighting for the ramp, but he barely manages to stay alive to claim the round. That was an incredibly close exchange, barely leaving him with any health. Catalyst is just running away with it now, leading 9-5. Phantom puts a stop to that run by picking Catalyst right off the Tetris blocks. He's definitely trying to flip the script from their last meeting. Catalyst is firmly in control now at 10-6. It's been quite a while since we've seen a gap this wide. Phantom is refusing to go away, using that ramp height to claw his way back into this. That head-to-head tiebreaker is really starting to tilt in his favor. Catalyst manages to secure another one from that elevated spot, really cementing his grip on this game. He just needed one clean exchange to bring himself to the verge of victory. It's becoming a very uphill battle for the favorite here. He's definitely not letting the game slip away without a fight. Whoa, that was a complete nail-biter, but he just barely claws his way through to keep the series alive. The composure on display right now is seriously impressive. What a finish. Catalyst shuts the door and closes out the series right here. He just wouldn't let the top seed close the gap, proving his dominance on this map is no fluke. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got Catalyst and Vortex facing off to see who can dominate the map today. Catalyst is a powerhouse with a 65% all-time win rate, and he's carrying that dominance right into this series after taking their most recent encounter quite convincingly. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can find a way to shake that trend. Vortex is fighting hard, but Catalyst holds the lead. The second highest rated player in the league is showing his class. Vortex is really refusing to let Catalyst take control of the map early on. He's certainly playing up to the expectations of the ladder here. Vortex trails by 1 and needs a huge response. That's an impressive volume of games played throughout his career. What a scramble. Vortex barely edges this one out to bring the series level at 3-3. Absolute nail-biter of a round there. Catalyst puts the pressure back on, dragging Vortex right off that box for a quick win. That's a pretty tough gap to close when fighting a top 2 player. Catalyst is really showing his strength here with a 23-13 record over the last day. And that current form is pairing perfectly with his usual dominance in this rivalry. It will be a struggle for Vortex to flip the script if these patterns continue. Catalyst is extending his grip with a 6-4 lead. Vortex is really fighting an uphill battle against a top 5 opponent. We're seeing some really quick exchanges here, and the score is practically a dead heat now. He's showing why he's currently the 5th best in the world. We are all squared up at 6 apiece heading into the break. You know, it's a very fair result given the high skill level of both these guys. The underdog is definitely holding his own right now. Fresh start for both. Vortex has surged ahead to a narrow 7-6 lead. That was a lightning fast encounter. Really surprising we're seeing the underdog push the pace like this. A dead heat now with both sitting at 7. The higher seed is finally starting to push back. The tide is turning back in Catalyst's favor as he puts together a nice little run here. His historical win rate in these matchups is just staring us in the face. He is just taking over this game, claiming another 3-round sequence of wins. A tough spot to be in, especially since the odds favored him going in. He's simply too fast right now, adding another effortless win to the tally. Vortex has really struggled to find consistency across his last few series. Vortex puts a stop to the slide, fighting his way back into the conversation. He's really trying to prove he deserves that seed advantage. Catalyst is really starting to separate himself here, putting a healthy lead between himself and the competition. A completely untouched shot from Vortex keeps the momentum shifting in his favor. He's starting to look much more comfortable in his exchanges. Catalyst wins the exchange, putting him just one more away from the victory. It's been a bit of a roller coaster for the favorite today. Unreal, Catalyst closes it out in style to secure the victory. He really just refused to let the momentum shift back. That's another huge victory in the bag for him. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off today on Italy to see who takes the win. Phantom holds a significant advantage in the head-to-head record, having won over 60% of their past encounters. It's interesting to see the match start this way because the ratings clearly favor him, yet he's fighting a little bit of a slump today. Vortex is really starting to seize control here. What a scramble. Vortex barely survives that trade, clutching the round by a hair. He's really playing like the top 5 seed we expected. Vortex now leads 3-2 and looks unstoppable. He's fighting to regain his footing after that tough loss to Catalyst. And just like that, Phantom levels the playing field. This is a tough spot for someone who has struggled lately. What an absolute brawl. Both players were shredding each other, but he somehow clawed through to take this one. He's fighting through a really tough stretch in his last few outings. Phantom is really feeling the heat here, especially after his tough outing against Catalyst earlier today. He's usually the one dictating the pace in this rivalry, but he looks completely off his game right now. It's becoming a real struggle for the favorite to find an answer for Vortex. Vortex keeps the momentum moving ahead 5-4. It's good to see him shake off that loss to Catalyst. Vortex is just too sharp right now, easily picking Phantom off the Tetris blocks. Phantom manages to hold the high ground for a big round, keeping things tight as we approach the half. The number 2 seed is finally starting to settle in. We go into the break, all tied up at 6 apiece. I mean, it's essentially a toss-up right now. The odds had Vortex as a big favorite, but Phantom is staying competitive and refusing to fall behind. Fresh start for both of them. Phantom pulls ahead by 1, putting the pressure on. The top 2 seeds are really battling it out for position. Phantom is building a solid 2-round cushion. Now, he looks completely locked in compared to his recent slump. Another fast reflex play as he takes full control of the series. The momentum is shifting toward the higher seeded player. Vortex answered back with a perfect shot, keeping his composure as he tries to close this gap. Phantom's dominating now, stretching his lead to 10-7. The gap in their overall experience is starting to show. Vortex is showing great resilience, shutting this down almost instantly to stay in the fight. Phantom has really tightened his grip on this series, putting himself in a great position to close this out. Pure efficiency from the favorite, who now stands on the verge of victory. The higher seed is just outclassing him today. What a way to seal it. He walks away untouched to claim a massive victory. He really leaned into that high win rate on Italy to find his form and shake off that early slump. Welcome to the stream. We've got a great match on Fast Aim today featuring Catalyst and Phantom. Phantom clearly has a massive comfort level here with a 67% win rate on this map. That gives him a huge psychological edge since Catalyst has struggled to keep his head above 50% in these specific duels. We'll see if that home turf feeling persists. What a scramble. Both players were nearly empty, but he barely walks away from that one. He's really taking advantage of that momentum from the red line series. He completely shuts down that advance and picks him right off the ramp. The top seat is looking very vulnerable right now. Phantom quickly catches him on the wine box to close the gap. He's currently the highest rated player on the ladder. Absolute deadlock now with Catalyst and Phantom tied up. Hard to believe he's the underdog in this series. Catalyst just edges ahead, holding a narrow one-round lead. He's really putting that 13-9 win from earlier to use. Phantom reacts faster this time, putting a stop to that ramp play immediately. A lightning fast transition to put him right back in control. Phantom manages to reclaim a slim one-round advantage. They've fought hundreds of times before and it's still this close. Catalyst manages to secure the round from the ramp, keeping this series incredibly tight. A really tight battle between the two best players in the world. Phantom is just too sharp today, shutting him down quickly as he tried to play the ramp. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead heading into the switch. While the underdog is defying the a priori odds here, he's clearly comfortable on this terrain and is playing like the world #1 right now. Time for Catalyst to wake up. Phantom stays in the driver's seat at 7-6. He's fighting to hold a respectable 23-12 record for the day. And now Catalyst brings us right back to a dead heat. Total deadlock in a rivalry that's practically a coin flip overall. Both players are reacting so quickly now. These exchanges are finishing in a heartbeat. Unbelievable, he survives by the skin of his teeth after an absolute slugfest of a round. Absolute heartstopper to see that round end with just 2 HP remaining. He just completely outclasses him from the toolbox, extending the streak to 3. It's starting to look like a very one-sided affair. He's just completely taking over now, securing another one from the ramp to extend this lead. He's absolutely crushing the closing stretch, taking another round from the ramp to reach match point. Catalyst holds his ground and shuts him down off the wine box to delay the finish. That's a huge relief for the man on the trailing end. Incredible. Phantom shuts it down from the ramp to secure the match victory. He really proved that his map knowledge here was the deciding factor. He just looks too comfortable on this terrain. Welcome everyone, we're live at the arena for a match between Catalyst and Vortex. Let's see who takes the win. What a fight! Vortex barely survives with a sliver of health after picking him off the Tetris. Both of them tried to play it high and fought it out on those boosts, but Catalyst came out on top. It's a bit of a struggle for the man who's currently bottom half in the last 10. Catalyst is far more successful in this specific head-to-head pairing, winning about 63% of their historic encounters. It's interesting to see the current score flip that on its head. We're seeing Vortex actually push the pace here. He's simply too fast right now, continuing the charge with another huge win. It's a big turnaround for him after a rough run of losses today. Catalyst finds a way to dig in and knocks him off that box. A much needed shake-up to keep this game competitive. Both of these players were fighting for the same piece of high ground, but Vortex just had the better timing there. A cautious exchange here, but Catalyst keeps his composure to walk away untouched. Exactly the kind of resistance the favorite was hoping for. He uses the height of the ramp to secure another win, continuing this impressive climb back into the game. He's definitely playing the role of the spoiler today. He's absolutely on fire now, evening things up at 5 apiece. Tough spot for the guy who entered this matchup as the slight favorite. Unreal. He barely walks away from that brawl, surviving by a hair to keep this huge momentum rolling. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break, while everything is going according to plan for the top-seeded player. He's comfortably in charge, but Vortex has shown enough grit to keep this close. Let's see if this lead holds. Another quick read from the Tetris, and he continues to claw his way back into this game. He's starting to look every bit like the top-tier seed we expected. Goodness! He survived by a thread. What incredible grit to claw through that engagement from the ramp. That's a massive weight off his shoulders after that cold stretch. What a battle from the ramp, as Vortex edges this one out to keep the pressure high. The momentum is shifting completely in favor of the favorite. He's showing serious heart, using the ramp to push his lead to 9-7. The seed is finally starting to exert his will on the server. He's simply too strong right now, continuing his run to push the lead to 10. The odds may have favored the other guy, but this is dominance. He's just outplaying him right now, extending the surge to 3 straight, making this look easy regardless of who the odds picked. A complete shutdown to reach match point. That is a staggering run of momentum for the favorites. He's proving why he's considered the superior player here. Vortex keeps the dream alive by winning the battle on the ramp. That was a sudden reset for the man on the verge of victory. Absolute chaos on the ramp. Vortex barely scrapes through that exchange with a sliver of health left. He's showing some serious nerves of steel to survive that. What an incredible finish. He shuts the door and secures the victory with total ease. He really just tightened up when it mattered. Vortex pushed him to the limit, but that early momentum shift was too much to overcome. Welcome to Red Line. We've got Phantom and Vortex facing off today to see who can dominate the map. Vortex came out swinging and managed to catch Phantom right as he was pushing the ramp. Vortex is looking to shake off a rough run of form today. Phantom is reacting quickly today, catching Vortex right as he tried to hold the line from the Tetris. Expectations are aligned with the ladder rankings so far. Phantom has the historical advantage here, winning 61% of their all-time meetings. And that long-term dominance seems to be fueling his confidence in this series. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can actually break this pattern. Vortex manages to close that gap, bringing the tally to 3-2. It's been a difficult stretch for him lately, especially with that recent loss streak. Phantom is really starting to pull away here, using that high ground on the ramp to reclaim the lead. His recent form has been tough, posting a 20% win rate lately. Vortex keeps this close, taking control from the ramp to stay right on Phantom's heels. His number 5 ranking is proving to be more than just a label. Phantom just secures a commanding 2-round cushion. He's really playing like the top seed right now. Phantom is just too fast right now, shutting down Vortex before he could even make a move from the ramp. Vortex is really feeling the pressure after that tough series of games today. Vortex puts on a strong display of resilience, knocking the leader off the ramp. A clean response to get the momentum shifting. Another rapid reaction from Vortex, keeping the pressure high as we head toward the break. We are all square at 6 apiece. Well, the underdog is showing he's more than capable of holding his own here. This is a nail-biter heading into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. He simply refuses to go away, picking Phantom right off the ramp to take a 1-round lead. It's becoming an uphill battle for the favorite. He's completely outplaying the favorite right now, strolling to an 8-6 lead. This is a total role reversal compared to how the lobby looked. He is simply on another level right now, securing his 3rd consecutive point with a clean finish. Phantom manages to drag him off the ramp, showing real guts to stay in this fight. It's a critical moment for him to stabilize and stop the bleeding. He secures another high ground victory from the ramp, continuing this impressive rally. The pressure is mounting on the higher seeds opponent. Unbelievable. He barely escapes with his life after an absolute war on the ramp to regain the lead. A nail-biting exchange that barely went his way. Phantom keeps the pressure high, shutting him down from the ramp to narrow this gap. He is definitely proving why the bracket gave him the edge today. Vortex puts on a fierce display of will, dropping Phantom right off the Tetris. Just a quick, clean finish to regain that 2-round cushion. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He barely survives a brutal slugfest to keep this comeback alive. He's showing an incredible amount of grit to keep this going. Flawless exchange that puts him just 1 point away from victory. The momentum shift here is completely opposite to how this started. What a performance. Vortex closes out the series with a final blow to take the victory. He absolutely refuses to be intimidated by the odds today, finally snapping that losing streak in the best way possible. What a fight. Welcome everyone, Catalyst and Phantom are facing off on Orange to see who comes out on top today. Phantom holds a narrow lead in their overall head-to-head history. It's a rivalry defined by absolute consistency over nearly 1,000 games. He has the mental advantage right now, coming off that recent victory over the top-seeded player. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Phantom barely hangs on to take the lead. The world #1 is looking very vulnerable early on. Catalyst fights back to even things up at 2-all. Both players are dead, even in terms of rating today. Phantom regains the upper hand, pushing ahead 3-2. He looks extremely comfortable with the advantage right now. What a frantic scramble. Both players were nearly depleted, but he just barely secures the edge. Really impressive effort from the second best player on the ladder. Unreal. That was an absolute war of attrition, and he just barely walked away with the round. The top seed is finally starting to exert his presence. Phantom is currently playing at a 62% success rate here. That's a massive gap compared to the struggle Catalyst is having on this layout. It's becoming a real problem for the top seed to get any momentum going. A dead heat now as they head into the 11th. He's fighting back hard after that loss on fast aim. The tempo is incredibly high right now. These players are ending rounds in the blink of an eye. We are at 7-5 in favor of Phantom. I mean, the favorite is really struggling to keep pace here. He's just not showing the form we expected from the top seed so far. Fresh sides, new energy. Phantom's just too dominant, extending it to an 8-5 lead. He's really capitalizing on his historical edge in this specific map. That's a clean exchange, and he's refusing to let the match slide away. The gap in the rankings is clearly narrowing as the pressure mounts. He's showing a lot of grit here, securing another round to keep this comeback alive. It's surprising to see the underdog this calm under pressure. Absolutely untouchable. He has completely erased that deficit and leveled the playing field. It's a completely different game than it was 10 minutes ago. He's officially taken the lead. That's 4 straight for the comeback kid. He's definitely shaking off the rust from those early mistakes. A sharp response from Phantom to hold that run and bring the score back to a deadlock. Both players are looking incredibly locked in today. Phantom pulls ahead by 1 in a tight 10-9 battle. His composure has been remarkably steady throughout this set. A heavy exchange there, but he manages to push back and bring the series level at 10 apiece. A real battle of wills between these two tonight. Phantom is really putting on the pressure now. He's just an edge away from claiming this set. A really tight contest given their near identical ratings. A brutal exchange there, and now he's just a single round away from victory. His current form is just too strong to ignore right now. What a reflex! He keeps this fight alive by shutting the door on that final round point. Unbelievable. He shuts it down right from the ramp to secure the victory. He just could not close it out despite that incredible run of 4 straight. Truly a testament to the grit we saw today. What a fight. Welcome everyone, Catalyst and Vortex are stepping onto Mappas for this duel to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Catalyst has dominated the lifetime head-to-head with a 64% win rate. He's generally the heavy favorite here, but his record on this specific map is a lot weaker. We'll see if he can lean on that history to pull things back. Vortex is really finding his rhythm with a 2-1 lead. Vortex is playing a bit more cautiously today after a rough 10-25 stretch. Vortex is really starting to put the pressure on here, making this a tough hill for Catalyst to climb. Vortex is definitely playing with confidence after that 13-10 win against Phantom. Vortex is just cruising along with a 4-1 lead. His placement as second overall makes this slip even more surprising. That was effortless. He's showing some real grit by clawing back into this game. The underdog is fighting for his life right now. He just wipes Vortex right off that ramp, keeping the momentum swinging in his favor. He's showing a lot of composure after that shaky start to the set. Unreal, he barely survives that exchange, edging out the victory to tie the series at 4-4. Vortex quickly regains control of the match, edging back into the lead. Vortex is really putting on a show right now, capitalizing on that high ground to keep the momentum sliding his way. He's absorbing a lot of damage here, but manages to outlast his opponent in a brutal exchange. A quick transition to keep the pressure high on both ends. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, we're seeing a huge shift in power here. The top-seeded player is struggling to hold his ground against a determined underdog. Let's see who blinks first now. Heart-stopping stuff. He barely clings to life there, scraping by with a tiny sliver of health. Vortex has a staggering 10-25 record over the last day. Normally that level of struggle results in a total collapse, but he is somehow finding his peak performance when it matters most today. He's proving that his raw skill can overcome a bad run of form. Vortex keeps the heat coming, picking him off from the ramp to extend the run to 4. A shocking shift for the top 2 ranked player. Vortex takes total control and is just one more round away from victory. A huge gap in confidence between these two right now. Absolute perfection from him to close this out. Vortex secures the final round and triumphs in this encounter. Huge result for the man in the 5th spot, completely flipping the script on their long history to Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got a great match today as Phantom takes on Vortex in this showdown. Phantom enters this game with a lifetime win rate of 63%. You know, it's a huge gap in experience and consistency compared to his opponent. The real question is if he can overcome the mental hurdle of having lost their most recent meeting. Vortex holds the lead, putting Phantom in a tight spot. He's really putting on a clinic right now, despite that rank gap. The pace of this game is blistering. Vortex is barely giving him a second to breathe. The top seed is really struggling to find an answer today. Absolute perfection from the challenger, who now has 3 consecutive points on the board. That's a nightmare start for the world number 1. Phantom finds his footing from the box, showing some real grit to keep this game within reach. Exactly the kind of response we expected from the favorite. Vortex is really capitalizing on the current momentum, especially since he's coming off a 2014 day for the veteran. Well, it seems like he's successfully shaken off that historic deficit now. We just have to see if he can maintain this intensity throughout the half. He's not letting up, securing another round to close the gap. He's finally playing like the man the analysts expected today. Vortex is cruising along with a commanding 6-4 lead. That's a big shift in dynamic for the world number 1. He just stepped up and wiped the floor with him from that high ground. Vortex heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. Honestly, this is exactly how we projected the match to start. He's effectively holding his ground against the top seed and controlling the flow of the game. Let's see if Phantom digs deep here. Vortex is really pulling away now, leading 8-5. A strong showing from the number 5 seed so far. He's refusing to back down, clawing back another one to keep the pressure on. He's definitely starting to find his confidence again. Unbelievable, he barely survives that chaotic brawl, walking away with just 14 health. The top seed is truly struggling to close this one out. Vortex is just dominant, pushing his lead to 10-6. It's looking like a repeat of their clash on red line. A complete shutdown there, as he keeps the momentum surging. The top seed looks completely rattled right now. Vortex secures another win from the box, and now he is just 1 round away from victory. The momentum has completely shifted away from the favorite. Phantom comes through with a huge read, quickly clearing the box to keep himself in this. Just a glimpse of hope for the top seed. He's putting up a fight, securing another round to keep the dream alive. He's showing exactly why he entered this as the heavy favorite. A total shutdown as he keeps the run alive, refusing to let the game slip away. That's an incredibly fast turnaround for him. He puts an end to the comeback right here, closing out the map in spectacular fashion. He's completely owning the head-to-head right now, making it 2 in a row against the world's best. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have a great matchup today as Catalyst takes on Phantom in this duel. Phantom really owns this map with a 65% win rate. So he'll be looking to use that familiarity to crawl back after that quick start from Catalyst. It'll be interesting to see if those historical numbers translate into a comeback. Phantom keeps the momentum with a slim 2-1 lead. The number 1 seed is certainly making his presence felt early. Absolutely outclassed. He's just completely taken over the server now. The world number 1 looks just as sharp as his rating suggests. He answers back immediately, bringing the gap to just 1. And we are all squared up at 3 apiece. He's really fighting to close that historical head-to-head gap. Phantom edges ahead and now holds a narrow lead. That was an incredibly fast trade. Catalyst just secures that advantage from the wine and we are completely deadlocked here. Phantom barely holds the lead as we hit round 9. The top-seeded player is really showing his class here. Pure deadlock now as both players hit 5. They've traded blows throughout their long history together. The speed of these exchanges is getting ridiculous. That was practically instantaneous. We're headed into the break with a 6-6 deadlock. Everything is playing out exactly as we expected so far. Both of these guys are fighting for every single point in a really close series. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst pulls ahead by a single point now. The number 2 seed is really finding his footing. What a scramble! He manages to walk away from that absolute war of attrition with a tiny sliver of health left. He really seems to have the upper hand in their overall rivalry. Catalyst nudges forward to an 8-7 advantage. He's putting those 22 wins from earlier today to good use. Catalyst is really maximizing his 22 wins from today, and honestly, he's managed to completely shift the dynamic of this series despite the ratings gap. He's effectively neutralizing the top seed right now. Phantom reacts swiftly, pulling Catalyst right off the wine to stay in this fight. Catalyst is really starting to pile on the pressure here, extending his lead into a 3-round cushion. Another rapid exchange ends in a victory, and now he's just 1 round away from closing this out. Unbelievable finish! He shuts the door on this series and secures the victory. He just completely dismantled the world's best player on a map that normally favors the top seed. Totally dominant performance to close things out. Welcome to the stream. We've got Catalyst taking on Vortex today on Fast Aim to see who comes out on top. What a chaotic start. Both players poured everything into that trade, but Vortex just barely holds on to the lead. Catalyst usually owns this rivalry with a 63% win rate over their lifetime. It's a strange dynamic because Vortex seems to have figured out a way to shut him down recently. If he can't flip the script here, this might turn into a rout. Unbelievable. Catalyst manages to clutch out that win from the ramp while staring down a tiny slice of health. A huge swing in momentum to start the second quarter. Vortex just can't be shaken, using the toolbox to keep that lead growing. Vortex is definitely making the most of his top 5 rating tonight. He's showing some real grit here, clawing another one back to narrow that gap. Vortex just completely shuts him down as he tries to hold that ramp. He's refusing to go away, taking this one for himself to keep the pressure high. He's really fighting to prove he belongs in the favorite spot. The comeback is on as he claims another one, narrowing this gap to a single round. The favorite is finally starting to assert control. Absolutely effortless. He ties this series up after a flawless set of exchanges. Absolutely cold-blooded precision from the leader right now. Unreal. Both players were nearly depleted, but he survives by a hair to take the lead. He is completely in control of this momentum shift. We're heading into the break with Catalyst holding a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is pretty much how we saw this opening going. The world number 1 is maintaining his edge, though the gap is still narrow. Let's see how the swap plays. He's just not stopping, continuing this charge to a 3-round cushion. Vortex is really feeling the pressure as the underdog here. What a brutal exchange. He digs deep to survive that shootout and keep his hopes alive. Both of them are playing on a razor's edge tonight. A completely untouched round for the challenger, keeping his momentum moving forward. He simply refuses to buckle, clearing Catalyst off the ramp to bring the score level. Pure chaos now that the board is completely wiped clean. He's proving remarkably tough to put away, winning this battle on the ramp to take a narrow lead. The top seed finally looks like he's regained his composure. Vortex secures a clean victory from the ramp to bring everything level. Total deadlock as we approach the finish line. He manages to secure the trade, continuing this impressive surge back into the lead. He is really starting to seize the upper hand here. He is just on another level right now, extending that lead and completely halting any hope of a rally. The pressure is really mounting for the pre-match favorite. Absolutely ruthless. Vortex is just cruising through this series, and now he's one step away from the victory. Just a complete wall of momentum right now. What a series of rounds. He finishes him off to seal the victory and complete the comeback. He's really shaking things up in this rivalry today. Catalyst just couldn't find an answer for that second half surge. Welcome everyone, we're at the arena for a great matchup between Phantom and Vortex. Let's see who takes it. What a scramble. Phantom barely scrapes through that fight from the Tetris to take the opening round. Phantom really dominates the overall history between these two, posting a career win rate of 63% against Vortex. It's an interesting dynamic because Vortex has actually had the upper hand in their most recent meetings. We'll see if the historical gap holds up today. Vortex answers back with a clean look, showing he's far from out of this. He's definitely not letting the favorite walk away with this easily. Phantom is firmly in control with a 4-1 lead. The #1 rated guy in the league is looking sharp. That was effortless. He's showing plenty of heart by clawing back into this series. He's keeping the pressure high to narrow this gap. Vortex manages to pick him off the Tetris, showing a ton of resolve as he closes the gap. This is exactly why he entered the match as the underdog. Incredible. He's completely erased the deficit to bring this match dead even. He's completely flipped the script on this series. Vortex secures another huge win from the boost to take a 5-4 lead. He is simply outplaying him right now. He's simply unstoppable, securing another win to extend this streak to 5. The favorite is really struggling to find an answer right now. Phantom finally fights back, catching his opponent right off the box to end the first half. A crucial stop to get some breathing room before the break. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite here. He has a strong hold on this match, but Phantom is still very much in the fight. Time to see if Phantom resets. He's showing serious grit, quickly regaining control after that brief stumble. This is exactly the type of momentum shift we're seeing throughout the server today. Vortex completely shuts him down with a clean sweep to take a commanding 4-round lead. His confidence is peaking right now. Phantom is currently sitting at the 1916 record for the day, and honestly the pressure is starting to mount. He's fighting against a tide of losses in his recent matches, so we really need to see if he can maintain this current spark. He's on fire right now, putting together a 3-round tier to bring this scoreline within 1. The sheer pace of his movement is just terrifying right now. Vortex holds his ground to maintain a 2-round advantage. The underdog is really leaning into his role today. Vortex takes a long look at the map and comes out on top to secure another round. That's a very dangerous lead for him to have. Vortex stays in total control, stepping up and putting himself 1 point away from victory. The sheer aggression in his approach is overwhelming. Unreal. Vortex shuts the door on this series with a clean final kill. He's really starting to get the better of the world #1. That's another huge win for the underdog today. Welcome back to Berserk League Duels. We have an epic battle on Mapas today between Catalyst and Phantom. Phantom is looking lethal here, especially since he boasts a 70% win rate on this map. It's a massive contrast to the struggle Catalyst has faced in this specific environment. We'll see if the higher seed can adjust his approach. Catalyst is really starting to pull ahead now. It's interesting to see the league leader this confident early on. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures a third straight point. He's really making the most of his top ranking today. Phantom enters back instantly with a crisp shot to the head. We are completely deadlocked at 3 apiece. A tight clash between the two top seeds of the ladder. He's completely taking over now, putting together a strong 3-round run. The number 2 seed is fighting back hard after that recent loss to the league leader. He's simply on another level right now, extending his lead to a pair of rounds. He's really making a statement in this head-to-head matchup. Catalyst reacts quickly, picking his opponent off the ramp. His recent match history is looking a bit shaky today. Phantom holds a slight overall lead in their rivalry with 479 total rounds won. You know, it's a razor-thin margin that makes this specific duel feel like a true toss-up. The pressure is definitely mounting on the top seed to secure a lead. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. And honestly, the underdog is playing like the favorite right now. He looks far more comfortable on Mapas than the world number 1 does. Time for a total reset. Catalyst narrows the gap, trailing by just 1 now. Hard to imagine a closer fight given how similar their ratings are. Absolute parity now with both players sitting at 7. Just an incredible back and forth between these two. Phantom just shuts him down on the ramp, showing a lot of composure to reclaim that narrow lead. He's fighting through a tough stretch of losses today. Phantom has the edge now, leading 9-7. It's impressive to see how well he's weathering the storm today. Unreal. He hangs on by a thread to secure the point from the ramp. Absolute nails on that finish. Nearly out of health. And just like that, Catalyst forces a complete tie. He's definitely found his footing after that tough loss to Vortex earlier today. Phantom quickly puts an end to that momentum, catching Catalyst out of position on the ramp. We're all squared up at 10 apiece now. It's becoming a total war of attrition for both of them. These two are just trading blows now. Neither one can truly break away. His recent string of losses hasn't slowed him down. He keeps his cool through a long exchange to put himself just 1 point away from victory. He is playing a massive game, especially considering his recent loss to Zenith. What a finish. He closes the door on this series with a perfect final shot. He really dug deep to stop that skid, proving he's still the king of this map. Such an intense battle. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Catalyst and Vortex are facing off on orange to see who comes out on top. What a slugfest. Both players were nearly dead, but Vortex barely keeps his head above water to take the early lead. Catalyst holds a massive historical advantage with a 63% win rate in their head-to-head meetings. But the reality is that Vortex just took their most recent duel. I wonder if that gives him a psychological edge as they settle into this series. Catalyst fights back and now claims a 2-1 lead. Vortex is usually quite reliable, coming off a 5-game tier lately. Unbelievable! He hangs on by a thread to secure his 3rd straight round. His 2nd match against the number 4 seed today is going smoothly. That's a complete takeover, he's just not letting up, securing his 4th straight. The 2nd seed is showing why he's near the top of the ladder. He's showing some real grit here, securing a quick point to narrow the gap. Catalyst is really pulling away now, leading 5-2. A huge contrast to the 39 loss he suffered earlier today. A sharp exchange there, and he comes away completely unscathed to cut the deficit. He's definitely fighting to justify his seed in this one. He's refusing to go away, picking up another one to keep this comeback alive. Everything is tightening up as we head toward the mid-game mark. Catalyst has a massive historical edge with over 600 wins against his opponent, and honestly it's clear he's starting to reclaim that dominance in this set. I want to see if he can shut down this momentum before Vortex makes a real run. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, everything is going according to plan so far. He is definitely proving why he holds the higher seed in this pairing. Time to switch it up. What a chaotic scramble. He barely walked away from that one alive. Both of these competitors are performing at an incredibly high level tonight. A brutal exchange where both took a lot of damage, but Vortex manages to claw back into this series. Just barely clung to the lead in that exchange. Catalyst really took control of that exchange from the ramp to put a bit more distance between them. Vortex is usually the one with the hot hand lately. Vortex is showing a lot of heart right now. Shut down that attempt without taking a single point of damage. He's staying composed and keeps the momentum swinging back in his favor. He's closing the gap quickly after a slow start. Catalyst pulls ahead by 2, firmly grabbing the reins. He's really fighting to shake off that earlier loss to Vortex today. He just tore through that exchange, barely taking any damage while extending this run. The pressure is definitely mounting for the lower seed. What a response, he's completely erased that deficit to bring things level at 10-0. We've completely forgotten who the favorite was in this pairing. Vortex is on fire. He just completely dismantled that attempt and puts himself in the driver's seat. Another effortless kill for Vortex, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. Everything has flipped from how this was expected to start. Gritty scramble there. He refuses to let the game slip away and forces it to a nail-biter. His timing was spot on to keep this alive. Absolute perfection from Catalyst. That puts us at a deadlock, forcing this match into overtime. A massive clash between the 4th and 2nd best in the world. A absolute chaos in this exchange, and Vortex manages to scrap his way through for a huge victory. The momentum has shifted completely into his favor. This overtime is going to be a total toss-up with the momentum shifting every single round. A total deadlock as we enter the final stage. Vortex is showing incredible resilience, completely shutting down that exchange to stay in control. He is just outclassing his opponent right now, securing a flawless point to move within striking distance of the victory. A huge upset brewing for the high seed tonight. He survives a grueling exchange to keep his hopes alive. A huge relief for him to keep this series extending. That was an incredibly tight scrap for the lead. He does it. Vortex secures the final round and completes an incredible run to take the match. He really pushed through the pressure in overtime to get this done. The head-to-head record usually tells a different story, but the momentum was just too strong this time. What a game. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Phantom and Vortex are stepping onto Italy to see who can claim the victory. Phantom is heavily favored with a 61% overall win rate in their head-to-head history. But that doesn't seem to matter today. Vortex has an impressive 6-game winning streak right now and he's already holding the lead. Vortex is really dominating the map, leading 2-1. Phantom just cleans that up from the wine, and now we are completely deadlocked. The top seed is starting to flex that #1 ranking. Phantom is really picking up the pace now, firmly in control of the early game. Absolute precision from the favorite, extending the run to 3 straight. He's playing exactly like a top-rated seed should. A total turnaround from the early stages. He's now completely shifted the energy of this game. His top spot on the ladder is really starting to show. Vortex answers right back with a perfect shot to keep the pressure on. A quick response to stop that momentum from snowballing. Vortex keeps the momentum moving, showing some serious grit to close the gap. He's starting to claw back into this a big way. Phantom really seems to be finding his footing on this specific map, where he maintains a 65% success rate. It's impressive how he's managed to shake off that loss to Vortex from their previous encounter today. He's definitely looking more composed now. We're all square at 6 apiece. It's a surprising start for Phantom. Most analysts expected Vortex to run away with this one, but the underdog is fighting back hard. Let's see who takes control now. He just dismantles the favorite and knocks him right off the wine. Vortex is playing with an incredible amount of confidence right now. He uses that vertical advantage from the Tetris to shut down the opposition's momentum. This disadvantage is really starting to weigh on him. He is just relentless right now, continuing this surge with a perfectly timed shot. He is absolutely cruising through this set, extending his run to 4. It's a complete reversal from how things looked before the break. He manages to hold his ground and finally halts that run. The number 1 seed is finally starting to push back. That was effortless. He's really refusing to let the opposition back into this series. Another incredibly crisp shot puts him on the verge of victory. This is a nightmarish turn of events for the favorite. Unreal, Vortex closes out the series with a spectacular finish to secure the victory. He just completely shut down a veteran who usually owns this map. That 0.3 second snap was simply too fast to handle. Welcome everyone. We have Catalyst and Phantom facing off on red line to see who takes the win today. Phantom puts up a fast start, catching Catalyst before he could even settle in on the ramp. The top seed has started this one perfectly. Phantom currently holds a slim lead in their head-to-head history. It's a tight race, considering how dominant he's looked so far. I'm curious to see if Catalyst can use his higher map win rate to flip the script. Phantom is really rolling with a commanding 2-1 lead. It's rare to see the top player on the ladder look this vulnerable. Catalyst is really starting to push the pace here, evening things up after that strong play from the Tetris. This looks like a perfect reset for the number 3 seed. He just cannot be stopped. He wins the duel from the ramp and takes the lead. Everything is coming up for the number 3 seed right now. He wins the duel on the ramp, and that's a huge 4-round surge. He is really erasing that memory of the loss on Mapas. Absolute control from the favorite as he keeps this streak alive. It's a complete 180 from his previous encounter with the world number 1. He's just untouchable right now, extending that streak to 6 straight. It's a tough spot for the top-rated player here. He secures another win from the Tetris, putting himself in total control of this set. A complete reversal from his recent losses on other maps. Phantom answers back with a clean shot to keep the score at 7-3. He's certainly proving why he currently sits atop the ladder. Catalyst holds his ground from the Tetris to push his lead even further. It's a bit of a surprise seeing the higher seeded player struggle this much. We head into the break with Catalyst up 9-3. Honestly, the favorite is simply living up to the hype here. He's utilizing his map advantage perfectly and has left the world number 1 searching for answers. Time to see if Phantom wakes up. Catalyst is really putting those map stats into practice with a 76% win rate here. Well, it's a strong contrast to his form in the last day, where he struggled to close out sets. He'll want to keep this momentum going to avoid another close call collapse. Another clutch play by Catalyst to make it 10-5. The world number 1 is clearly feeling the pressure. Unbelievable, he barely closed through that exchange narrowly, surviving a brutal shootout to stay in control. A massive swing in momentum from that earlier encounter on Mapas. Phantom holds his ground on the ramp to keep this series interesting. It's a tight series when you look at their career history together. What a scramble! He barely hangs on with a tiny sliver of health to move within striking distance of the win. He's showing some incredible composure under pressure. What a finish. He seals the deal from the ramp to close out the series. He really managed to shake off those earlier losses to put on a clinic here, just a completely different level of play today. Welcome everyone, we're at the arena for a huge clash between Catalyst and Vortex. The favorite is looking for a strong victory here. Catalyst has historically won this matchup with a 63% win rate over 1,000 games, but Vortex is currently on a 7-game streak. It'll be interesting to see if that recent confidence can overcome the gap in their all-time record. Vortex is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's looking every bit as strong as the rank 4 seed should. Vortex is just too fast right now, ending these exchanges in the blink of an eye. Unbelievable. He survives on a sliver of health to secure another round from the boost. He's really making the most of that top 5 ranking. He's showing some serious grit here, pulling back another round to stay in this fight. He's fighting back to prove that favorite status. Catalyst is clearly the better player according to our rating, and honestly, it's a huge surprise to see him trailing by 3 rounds. He usually dominates this specific matchup, but he seems to be struggling against this specific opponent tonight. Vortex keeps the pressure high, taking his opponent right off the ramp. Vortex seems to be riding a huge wave of confidence tonight. Catalyst secures the win by catching his opponent on the box. Just a reminder that we're looking at the top seed in this game. Catalyst is really putting on the pressure now, shutting down that ramp approach for another round. He's proving that his #1 ranking is no fluke. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's completely defying the odds right now. This is an incredible start for the underdog against the world #1. Time to switch it up. A sharp reaction from the top seed to pick him off the ramp. A huge swing in momentum for the higher rated side. What a turnaround. He's wiped out the deficit and we are all square at 7-7. Total deadlock now as neither man can pull away. Another clean shot for the top seed who now controls the momentum with an 8-7 lead. That's a ferocious run of rounds from the leader. The surge is real, and he secures a 4th straight win from the ramp. This side of the bracket is just starting to crumble for the rank 4 seed. He's absolutely on fire now, putting up an incredible 5-round run to take a commanding lead. It's a stark contrast to the early stages of this set. He is simply unstoppable right now, claiming a 6th straight victory to put a huge dent in his opponent's hopes. Vortex is certainly feeling the pressure now after that start. Absolute perfection to secure a 7th straight victory. Catalyst is just 1 more round away from the win. His current form is completely mirroring the expectations from the start. A huge sigh of relief for Vortex, finally halting that relentless run. That was a desperate fight to stay in the game. What a finish. He outlasts his opponent in an absolute slugfest to close out the match. He just completely tore through the second half to remind everyone why he's sitting at the top of the rankings. Welcome everyone, we have Phantom taking on Vortex today on Fast Aim to see who comes out on top. Phantom is the clear favorite based on his an overwhelming 61% historical win rate against Vortex. It's surprising to see him starting off slow, especially since he's been dominating this particular matchup over the years. He needs to lock in quickly to avoid the repeat of their last encounter. Vortex is really asserting himself early on, using that ramp advantage to keep the pressure high. Phantom is still reeling from that close loss to Catalyst. Wow, that was a scramble. He barely survived that exchange to level things up at 2-all. Both of these guys are fighting for their lives today. Vortex just cleaned him right off the ramp to extend that lead to 3. It is really starting to look like a replay of their previous map. And just like that, Phantom ties it up at 3. Vortex is definitely playing like a man on a mission right now. Vortex is just too sharp right now, and that positioning on the ramp gave him the perfect window to take control. The gap between these two in the rankings is almost non-existent. Phantom is playing the heights perfectly, using that ramp advantage to keep things dead even. He's definitely shaking off that rough series against Catalyst. Vortex is really making the most of that high ground today to keep his lead. Both of these players are currently fighting through a rough stretch of losses. Vortex is really on a roll now, punishing Phantom even when he tries to take the high ground. He's struggling to maintain his typical dominance in this series. Vortex secures another win from the wine box, keeping his momentum high as we head into the break. The lower ranked player is putting on an absolute clinic here. Vortex takes a narrow 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, the favorite is playing exactly as we thought he would today. We'll see if Phantom can use his map experience to close that gap. Fresh start for both guys. He manages to scrap out a win from the ramp, showing some great grit to keep this close. He's finally starting to look like the higher seeded player. Vortex has really capitalized on his current high win rate, managing a 70% success rate over his last 10 series. I mean, that confidence is clearly spilling over into this duel. He's playing like the aggressor now, and he's putting Phantom on the defensive. That was effortless. He's really digging in and refusing to let this match slip away. He's definitely not letting the game slip away just yet. Vortex uses that height to his advantage and is really starting to pull away here. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from their last Italy P clash. He just completely shut that down, showing real grit to stay in the fight. It's a complete toss-up at this stage. Phantom is refusing to buckle, simply deleting him off that ramp. That's a huge swing in momentum as we hit the final stretch. Absolutely incredible. He's completely erased the deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. Vortex is feeling the heat after those previous matches. Vortex managed to scrape through that chaotic exchange to reclaim the lead. The number 4 seed is showing a lot of resilience tonight. He's simply refusing to quit, picking him off the window to bring this match back to a deadlock. The top-rated player in this pairing is finally finding some stability. He is showing unbelievable grit to climb back into this, taking full control of the series now. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Unreal Vortex barely clutched that fight to force a tie, leaving him with just a sliver of health. Just an absolute nail-biter of a round. The pace is just blistering right now. These fights are being decided in a heartbeat. Vortex really keeps holding his own despite the rank gap. He simply refuses to let up, taking a huge step closer to victory with another clean finish. That top 4 ranking is starting to feel very justified. Absolute chaos there. Phantom barely scrapes through with a sliver of health to keep his comeback dream alive. He's fighting with everything he's got left in the tank. He puts on a huge display of poise to clear him off the ramp and put himself one step closer to victory. He's really defying the odds in this series. He refuses to go quietly, stepping up for another huge round to keep the pressure on. It's a tight battle, nearly mirroring his series against Zenith. What a finish! Vortex secures the final round and closes out the series right here. He's really shaken that historical dominance tonight, proving that the gap between them is practically gone. A massive shift in their rivalry. What a match! Welcome to the Dunes. Catalyst and Phantom are ready to face off in this high-stakes 1v1 battle. Phantom owns a significant 64% map win rate here, which gives him a huge psychological advantage right from the start. It's interesting to see this because Catalyst usually carries the favor in their overall head-to-head matchups. This could be the perfect chance for Phantom to capitalize on his familiarity with the layout. He's just on another level right now, taking the round without taking a single point of damage. Phantom responds quickly with a clean shot to keep the score close. The number 3 seed is definitely fighting back. We are deadlocked at 3 apiece. Things are heating up. He's currently fighting through a tough stretch of recent losses. He's simply too fast right now, extending his lead to 4. A real test of grit for the league leader right now. Unbelievable. He's completely taken over the map with 4 straight rounds in his pocket. He really needed to get his confidence up after those recent losses. The number 1 player on the ladder is finally making his mark. We're all square now with both players at 5. It's a total toss-up now despite the pre-match expectations. Unreal. He barely survives that fight with a single point of health, keeping the momentum moving forward. That's an incredibly tough slump for a top 3 player. Catalyst holds a 7-5 advantage heading into the switch. I mean, it's a relatively close game, but the world number 1 is currently playing exactly how we expected him to. Time for a quick reset. Phantom makes a quick adjustment and punishes that high position to tie this up. The top seed hasn't been this challenged in a while. And just like that, Phantom forces a complete deadlock. Both players have been incredibly active on the server today. He's completely seized control of the server, taking his 3rd straight round to edge back into the lead. This is a surprising shift from their most recent match together. He's absolutely on fire, extending the run to 4 while taking 0 damage. He is finally capitalizing on those early odds predictions. What a frantic exchange. He closed back the round and barely keeps his head above water. He's definitely feeling the pressure after that loss to Vortex earlier. Absolute chaos on the server, and he manages to scramble out of that fight with a tiny sliver of health to level the score. He clears the box with a sharp burst, extending his streak to 3. The world number 1 is really starting to separate himself. Phantom answers back with a clean finish to bring us back to a tie. Both players have put in a massive amount of work today. Looking at those numbers, it's a real toss-up. Their lifetime head-to-head is almost identical, making every single round critical here. He's really proving the seedings right today. He's just too precise, pushing the tally to 12 and putting the match on the line. He's totally flipped the script on the pre-match expectations. Phantom just refused to let the match end right there, shutting down that attempt with an effortless shot. He's found another gear to force this a stalemate, and we are officially headed into overtime. Absolutely ruthless. He just keeps the pressure on, securing his 3rd straight round without taking a hit. The momentum has shifted completely back to the 3rd seed. He's simply unstoppable right now, putting up another flawless victory to take a 2-round cushion. He's certainly erasing that memory of the red line defeat. He's just completely in control, securing his 5th straight victory to move 1 step closer to closing this out. Exactly the outcome the experts were calling for. What a finish! He survives the onslaught to secure the series victory. He really dug deep in those overtime rounds to shut it down. That was an absolute grind. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the duel on map as Catalyst and Vortex are facing off to see who takes the victory. Catalyst enters this match with a dominant 63% head-to-head win rate against Vortex. It's a massive historical advantage, but the recent numbers show he's been struggling a bit lately. He'll need to find his poise if he wants to maintain that lead. Catalyst is looking very sharp right now, using that ramp to secure another quick round. He's proving why he sits at the top of the ladder. What a scramble. Vortex barely walks away from that exchange to level this series. Vortex is certainly playing like he belongs in the top 5. Vortex has a slim lead as we start round 5. Vortex is fighting back after that tough loss to the world number 1. We are all squared up as the action resumes. Vortex had been lighting it up recently, but he's facing a wall here. Vortex is really putting the pressure on here, putting himself in a great spot to take control of the game. He's showing exactly why he's sitting in the top 4. Vortex has a slight statistical edge on this layout with a 48% win rate. So yeah, it's starting to look like that familiarity is paying off for him. He's really building some serious pressure right now. Vortex secures a clean kill from the ramp, moving his lead to 6-3. A huge shift from how these two usually trade blows. He's just not letting up, putting the pressure on with another straight win. The 4th seed is putting on a clinic right now. A slow burn of a round, but he finishes it off to keep the streak alive. The underdog is completely taking over the momentum here. We head into the break with Vortex firmly in control at 9-3. Honestly, this is a complete shock. The world number 1 is looking totally lost, while Vortex cruises to a massive lead. Time for Catalyst to wake up. Vortex keeps rolling, now leading 10-3. Vortex is currently playing a near perfect game. Catalyst finally breaks this streak, cutting it to 4-10. The world's top-rated player is finally showing some signs of life. Catalyst is really carving out a path for a comeback, looking way too comfortable on that ramp right now. The brief surge from Catalyst was short-lived as Vortex quickly shuts that door. It's been a rough stretch for the top seed today. Vortex has a huge cushion here, but these quick exchanges are making it feel much closer than the score suggests. Catalyst is putting together a nice run of rounds from the ramp, chipping away at that lead. That's a massive difference from their 13-8 clash earlier today. He secures another victory from the ramp, keeping this hot streak alive. The top seed is finally shaking off those early nerves. Absolutely relentless. He's now taken 4 straight, closing the gap further in this incredible run. A huge shift in energy for the favorite. Goodness, he barely survived that firefight, but it's enough to put Vortex on match point. He barely survived that one with a sliver of health left. Another close call, but the persistence of Catalyst keeps him in this fight. A very different outcome from their first match of the day. What a finish! Vortex secures the final kill to close out the game. He really had to grind out those last few rounds to hold on. Just an incredible level of resilience to get this done. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we have Phantom and Vortex facing off on red line to see who takes the match. Phantom has a huge historical lead, winning about 61% of their encounters. It's interesting because that's far from the current trend where Vortex has had the upper hand lately. We'll see if that old dominance still carries weight here. Vortex is really starting to put the pressure on here, catching Phantom right as he tried to hold that ramp. The #1 seed is really feeling the heat right now. Phantom really tightened up that gap, holding the ramp to bring us completely even. A deadlock right now between the two best in the league. Phantom is really starting to seize the momentum here, putting together a nice little run to move ahead. He looks much more composed than during that loss to Vortex earlier today. Vortex just shut that down instantly, coming off the ramp with a lightning fast reaction. Vortex just really tore through that defense, catching Phantom while he was pushed up on the Tetris. He's not letting Vortex run away with this one, securing a vital win from the ramp. The top seed is really showing his class here. Vortex barely holds the lead with a slim 5-4 edge. He's really battling the current downward trend. Vortex has been absolutely on fire with a 90% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's a stark contrast to Phantom's struggle to get things moving today. The question is if the #1 seed can actually turn this around. We head into the break with a 7-5 lead for Vortex. I mean, everything is going exactly how the analysts predicted. He's keeping his cool and maintaining that edge over the world #1. Switching sides now. Vortex is just a single step ahead at 7-6. The gap between these two is virtually non-existent right now. And just like that, Phantom pulls them level at 7-all. Vortex had such a commanding grip on this match earlier. Another effortless peak as he catches Vortex right off the ramp to extend this run. He looks to be getting back into form after that rough start. The momentum is fully with the top seed as he secures a 4th straight victory from the ramp. Looking at the ladder, we're seeing a clash between the two top players. Vortex wins the duel from the ramp to hold that run. The top seed is definitely feeling the pressure from his rival. Phantom's now boasting a healthy 2-round cushion over Vortex. The #1 rated player is really asserting himself now. Phantom is barely clinging to a slim 1-round lead. The top two in our rating are practically glued together right now. That was an absolute brawl right there on the ramp, but Phantom comes out on top. The top-rated player looks to be firmly in control now. He stays out of reach, securing another round to move within striking distance of a victory. He's playing exactly like the top-ranked player we expected to see. Vortex manages to hold his nerve here, keeping himself in the game as the pressure mounts. Vortex really needs this momentum to shift if he wants to force a tie. Unbelievable, Phantom survives the slugfest on the ramp to secure a massive victory. What a way to end that. He really digs deep to secure the series over his biggest rival. Tough loss for Vortex. Welcome everyone. We have Catalyst and Phantom facing off on Italy for today's match. Phantom comes into this with a clear advantage, holding a 65% win rate on this particular map. He already took a victory over Catalyst in their most recent meeting, and he looks very comfortable in the early stages of this one. Catalyst is surging ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. The world #1 is looking surprisingly vulnerable right now. He's completely taken over the server, securing another effortless kill. Phantom earns a quick response from the Wine, cutting the deficit to 1. The league's top seed is starting to wake up. Catalyst just widened the gap to a 4-2 lead. The odds usually favor the #3 seed in this pair. Catalyst has an all-time win rate of 65%, and he's proving why he's the top 3 seed right now. He's really starting to tilt the momentum in his favor. If he can maintain this pace, it will be a quick trip to the halfway mark. Phantom secures a fast victory to keep the gap at 3. Catalyst is just relentless, pushing his lead to 7. A surprising turn of events given that Phantom is the top seed. Phantom is really struggling to close this 7-4 gap. He's essentially fighting for his life in this set. We head into the break with Catalyst holding a solid 8-4 lead. He's playing exactly like the favorite we expected him to be today. He just needs to avoid any major mistakes to close this out. Phantom needs to find his rhythm now. What a frantic exchange. Both players were nearly depleted, but he just barely comes out on top. He's showing a lot of grit, racking up another win to keep the pressure on. The gap is closing fast as the second half heats up. Catalyst is still in control, leading 9-6. It's a toss-up in terms of lifetime head-to-head. Catalyst just adds another, pushing the tally to 10-6. The number 1 rated player is staring down a huge deficit. Phantom had a lightning fast read on that one, catching Catalyst right as he tried to hold the wine. That was an absolute shutdown, keeping his health fully intact to secure another round. Catalyst is just not letting him build any real momentum here, answering right back with another win. Unreal. He survives a brutal firefight by the skin of his teeth to keep this comeback alive. He's refusing to go quietly, picking up another to keep this climb alive. The ladder leader is finally putting those rankings to use. That was a fierce scramble, but Catalyst comes out on top to reach match point. A huge stop for him, right when the momentum was shifting. Game over. Catalyst shuts it down and takes the series. Phantom really fought back and survived some nail beaters, but he just couldn't stop that final push. What a battle. Welcome everyone, we've got an exciting match on Fast Aim today featuring Catalyst and Vortex. Let's see who takes it! Vortex is coming in with a lot of confidence, getting the best of Catalyst right out of the gate. Catalyst is trying to play aggressively from the ramp, but Vortex is just too quick for him. He's normally the stronger pick in this pairing. Catalyst was way too sharp there, picking Vortex right off the toolbox to keep this close. The world number 1 is finally starting to wake up. That was a clean shot, dropping Vortex right off the planks to tie things up. He's typically controlled these series in the long run. He's completely taken over the server with a 3rd straight win. Vortex had the upper hand in their most recent series. Vortex wipes the floor with him from the ramp to level things up. Vortex seems to have the answer for him today. Catalyst is putting on the pressure and really leaning into that lead right now. He's historically owned this matchup despite the tight score. We're back to a dead heat at 4 apiece. Both players are fighting for a foothold here. Vortex manages to edge ahead, clutching a narrow lead. He's certainly showing he can compete with the best in the league. Absolutely effortless. He simply refuses to let Catalyst back into this game. He is simply untouchable right now, securing another fast victory to build on his lead. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. It's a huge result for the underdog. Catalyst is normally the heavy favorite here, but he just isn't finding any answers for Vortex today. Time to see if the momentum holds. He nails that shot from the toolbox, showing a real grit in this effort to close the gap. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected. He is simply refusing to back down, clawing his way back to a dead even score. This is exactly the kind of tenacity we saw from him against Zen. The search continues as he takes the lead, making it 8-7. A strong shift in the server as the favorite takes control. He catches Vortex right on the ramp for another quick win, extending the lead to 9-7. He manages to hold his ground and find the opening shot to stop the run. A very tight contest considering the ranking gap between these two. Vortex is playing with a lot of speed lately, quickly reclaiming the lead after that heavy clash on the ramp. He is just completely in control now, putting together a 3-round run to take the lead. He's showing incredible mental fortitude to bring this series back to a dead heat. Total reset on the board as we head toward the finish. What a scramble! He manages to outlast his opponent in a brutal back and forth to take a narrow lead. Coming down to the wire, we are looking at a total stalemate as both players refuse to blink. The matchup is looking much closer than their overall head-to-head history suggests. A flawless reaction from him to put himself just a single round away from victory. Unbelievable. He pulls through a stunning comeback to close out the series. Just a brutal battle of nerves from start to finish. He really had to dig deep to avoid the upset. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off today on Orange to see who takes the win. Phantom really owns the head-to-head record here with a 61% win rate. It's interesting because while the overall history is skewed, the last few encounters between these two have been much tighter. I wonder if Vortex can find a way to flip the script today. He's simply too fast right now. Continuing the perfect start. It's a very high-level clash with the two of them ranked so close. Absolute authority from Phantom, who just swept his opponent aside to take a commanding lead. The favorite is simply putting on a show to start this one. Vortex finally gets a round on the board with a sharp flick. A good reminder that both of these guys are top 5 on the ladder. Phantom is just relentlessly cruising to a 5-1 lead. His current form has been a bit shaky in the last 10. Vortex has been playing at a high level recently with a 70% win rate in his last 10 outings. So yeah, it's surprising to see him struggling this much against his opponent's current pace. He really needs a few rounds together to get back into the match. A clean exchange here as Vortex gets the better of him. He's definitely not intimidated by that high seed. Phantom is just dominating this set at 8-2. A very high ranking for the second seed here. Phantom is just unstoppable, pushing it to 9-2. The seed number is definitely reflecting the gap in skill. Phantom takes a heavy lead going into the break at 9-3. Well, it's a total reversal of what we expected. The underdog is in complete control and is making the most of his 62% success rate on Orange. Time to see a response. Phantom reaches double digits, practically shutting out the competition. Despite his higher rating, Vortex just cannot find a way to keep it close. Phantom is just on a tear, closing out these rounds way too quickly for Vortex to react. Vortex is showing a lot of fight here, refusing to let this match slip away completely. Phantom was looking like a lock for this, but now we're seeing a real fight back from Vortex. It's interesting to see these two so close in rating. What a rapid response. He's now just a single round away from closing this out. He just completely shut down any hope of a comeback. He manages to secure another round, extending the deficit to 6-12. It's a tough spot for the man who recently beat KL 13-11. Game over. A frantic final duel ends it all and Phantom secures the victory. He really looked like the better player in every single exchange today. Just a complete blowout from start to finish. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got a great clash today between Catalyst and Phantom to see who takes the win. Phantom is definitely looking comfortable here, especially with a win rate of 64% on this map. That's a huge contrast to what Catalyst usually puts up in this environment. It will be interesting to see if that map edge is enough to secure the win today. Phantom holds a slight edge as we head back out. The top seed in the league finally finds an answer. The momentum has completely shifted. Catalyst is really putting on the pressure now. The #1 seed is really starting to assert himself. Phantom keeps his grip on the lead at 3-2. A very tight battle between the two highest rated players in the league. We are all square now, 3 apiece. These two have a long history, with Phantom barely holding the lifetime lead. It's been a total trade-off of rounds lately. Neither one can really pull away. Coming off a solid 13-6 showing against Vortex earlier today. Phantom is currently leading the head-to-head battle with a total of 481 wins. So yeah, the early lead today really aligns with his overall historical dominance in this rivalry. He looks incredibly sharp right now and has the momentum on his side. Phantom is still firmly in control with a 6-4 lead. He seems focused despite that narrow loss on AIM Italy P earlier. The pace of this game is just blistering. These encounters are ending in a heartbeat. He is fighting back just like he did in their last meeting. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. I mean, it's exactly what you'd expect to see when the two best players in the league clash. Now we see if the map advantage finally kicks in for Phantom. Let's see who blinks first. Catalyst finally surges ahead with a 7-6 lead. He's truly leaning into the top spot on the ladder right now. Catalyst is pushing further ahead with a 2-round cushion. Looking at the all-time tally, Catalyst is quickly narrowing that gap. And just like that, we're back to a 1-round difference. The second best player in the world is refusing to go down quietly. Catalyst is building a decent cushion now at 9-7. He has been looking very steady throughout these 20 overall wins today. Catalyst is running away with it, leading 10-7. The gap between these two is virtually non-existent on the ladder. Phantom is digging in, managing to pull the opponent off the box and cut the deficit to 2. The lower ranked player is refusing to let this slip away. Catalyst just completely dismantled him while he was perched up high. A huge contrast from his recent loss to Catalyst earlier today. A grueling exchange here, but Catalyst manages to outlast him to move within striking distance. It's been a long climb for Phantom to get back into this. What a finish. Catalyst closes the door on this series to claim the victory. Just an incredible display of skill to overcome the map disadvantage. He's really proving why he's sitting at the top of the rankings.